Clerk will call the roll.
Glenn Whitley, County Judge.
Here.
Roy Charles Brooks, Commissioner Precinct 1.
Present.
Devin Allen, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Gary Fickus, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
J.D. Johnson, Commissioner Precinct 4. J.D. Johnson, Commissioner Precinct 4.
J.D., you here?
Ask him to unmute.
Unmute, J.D.
Okay. J.D. Johnson, Commissioner Precinct 4.
He'll be here in a minute. Our invocation today will be delivered by Pastor Steve Close from Southside Church of Christ, Fort Worth. Appreciate you coming out. After the invocation, please remain standing for our pledges.
Let us pray. Our Lord God and Father, we thank you for this moment where we can pause and remember that you are our Creator and we are made in your image. You've given us life, meaning, and purpose, and for that we're grateful, and we ask your blessings to be with us and to be with this court today in all of its discussions, proclamations, and decisions, that they may be done in fairness, justice, and in mercy. We ask your continued wisdom on Judge Whitley and the individual commissioners as they provide leadership for our county in so many ways. And Lord, we pray for our land. We ask for healing. There are so many tragic and traumatic events that we have had to deal with over the past several months. We remember the church shooting that happened in Fort Worth back in the end of December. We continue to languish under the COVID-19 pandemic, and there is fear and anxiety and inconvenience that this virus has created. We grieve and mourn the loss of life, over 100,000 in our country from this virus. And we pray for those that are sick, and we pray for those who care for the sick. And now, Lord, we are saddened over the racial injustice that we've witnessed in Minneapolis, and there is anger, and there is unrest, and there is hurt. Lord, we want our county and city to be a place where every person can live and be known, valued, and loved as individuals created in the image of God. Lord, we want our county and city to feel freedom from the fear and anxiety of sickness or disease. Lord, we want our county and city to be a place where the vulnerable, the orphan, the widow, the poor are protected and treated with dignity. Lord, we want our county and city to be a place where government works hand in hand with citizens for the good of the community. And Lord, we ask, by your Spirit, give us the insight, the wisdom, the courage, and the love to do what we can, either individually or collectively, to help make these things happen. Teach us to love our neighbor. Teach us to have compassion. Teach us to care for justice, and teach us to grieve when these things don't happen. We entrust ourselves into your care. We pray in the one who taught us self-sacrificial love, Jesus Christ. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Commissioner Johnson, are you here?
I'm here.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Manius.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just announcements like we have been doing for the last several weeks. We're going to take several items out of order this morning. We're going to have the public health director make his presentations when it gets to the administrator section. And then we have other presentations that we're also going to make. It'll all be involving the COVID-19 particular issue. Your Honor, we do have employee recognition. I know that we have a presentation, I believe, up in the video. But I would suggest that once we do the employee recognition, that we might want to consider hearing those individuals that have called in or wanted to speak in a public forum prior to going through any part of the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mears. I think that's a good idea. Court members, you have before you the minutes of our regular meeting of May the 26th.
Move for approval?
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson? Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. We do have our employee recognition, and at this time, I want to do a little bit here, so go ahead. Good morning. Because of the COVID-19 virus, we have, and the restrictions that it's placed upon our meetings, I'm sorry to say that we're going to have to postpone our employee recognition. That is one of my favorite times of the month, and so I'm sorry that we're not going to be able to do that this month, but I promise you that when everything gets back to normal or whatever our new normal is, we'll begin those again, and we'll make up for those meetings and for those months that we've had to miss. Again, I want to thank you personally for what you do for Tarrant County, especially during this time when we've had to face the challenges of the COVID-19 virus. Our employees have always stood up for the test, and you've done exactly the same thing during this time frame. You're what makes Tarrant County such a great place to live, to work, and to raise our family. Again, thank you very much, and I look forward to getting back to our routine of being able to recognize our valued employees on that first Tuesday of every month. Thank you. And I say I really do miss that time. It's always a fun time to be able to call and to talk with the employees who've been here. Here are the names of the ones that we celebrate this particular month, and I do look forward to us getting back to that. 780 years of service. Tricia, I see your name up there. 35 years, and several other folks. So again, thank you all very much for everything you do.
Roger Miles for 5.
Yep. So with that, I will ask that the court receive and file the employee recognition.
Move to receive and file the employee recognition?
Second.
We have a motion to second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Okay, as far as public comments go, if y'all could begin bringing me those lists of folks that have signed up, said that they were wanting to speak. Court members, you have the consent agenda before you at this time.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
Second?
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. I think we caught our folks off guard that were taking the public comments. I think we all talked about it, except I forgot to talk to them about it.
So we'd like to real quickly do the public health briefing, and then we'll do public comment.
Yeah, let's do the public health, and then after that we'll do the.
Before you do
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Brooks had asked to make a statement at this time.
This is an interesting time to be alive in America. We have witnessed many things over the past several months. We've seen the effects of a pandemic virus as it has spread across our land, claiming more than 100,000 lives of our fellow citizens. We have seen the fact that the impact of this virus has been disproportionately felt in communities of color. During the midst of this pandemic, we've also had a critical event in Minneapolis that ripped the scab off of the festering wound of racism that has never been effectively addressed, has never gone away in this country. I feel the pain and the rage of those across the nation and, in fact, around the world who are united in protest against this action. I applaud those here, right here in Fort Worth, both the protesters and the police who ended last night's demonstration on their knees, united in prayer. That was a symbolic moment of grace, a kumbaya moment that should be appreciated by all of us and celebrated by all of us. But that moment in and of itself, without additional action on the part of government and on the part of the people that government represents, that action in and of itself is not going to bring about change. Perhaps it creates an environment in which change can take place, a platform upon which to build. If that's the case, then I urge everyone to take advantage of that opportunity. And let's sit together and reason together and look at each other and rediscover our common humanity, our belief in the sanctity of each and every life. And the fact that when we look into each other's faces, we are seeing the face of our God, because we are all His children. I will conclude my remarks this morning by addressing those who felt the need to firebomb my courthouse in the early hours of yesterday morning. I cannot pretend to know or even guess what was in your minds. Perhaps that building represented to you just a random place to vent your rage. an unguarded public building in the suburbs that represented a tempting target. On the other hand, the window through which that firebomb was thrown 3 years ago was my personal office. So if it was your intent to send me a message to intimidate me or to silence me, you have failed. I will not be intimidated, and I will not be silent. I will be aggressive in my representation of the people who sent me here, no matter who likes it or doesn't. I will pray for you and hope that you find other outlets for your mischief and or your rage. Thank you, Judge.
Commissioner Allen, did you?
I did. I appreciate you, Commissioner Brooks, for the remarks that you made and echo many of them. I will say my particular words today are to the employees of Tarrant County. I know that this time during the pandemic has been especially stressful. Anxiety is high, fear is high, confusion is high. And as we have made any number of decisions related to how we would conduct business in Tarrant County and what that means for you all as employees and for the residents of our county, certainly not all of those decisions have been popular. I know I can speak for myself that those decisions really are made and will continue to be made with everyone's best interest at heart. But that doesn't necessarily make people feel any better. And you're still coming to work every day. And if you weren't already at risk, you potentially are, you're at a risk that we can't 100% protect you from. Because we are battling a virus that has consumed so much throughout this nation and throughout the globe. Last week, I sent out an email to the Precinct 2 community just sharing with folks food resources. And as much as I would like to assume that members of our own Tarrant County employee staff community aren't perhaps encountering food insecurity, I want to make sure that you all are receiving our emails and that you have that resource list. This list was for some countywide opportunities and then for some specific to Precinct 2 in terms of where you could pick up food. And I've shared with you all multiple times some of the challenges that I encountered growing up, and I know what it's like to be without food and the anxiety that you experience and not knowing where your next meal is going to come from. That could be the very next meal, the meal for the next day or the next few days. And so there are many things that we're all having to do without. Some of us are experiencing discomfort or inconvenience. Others have experienced loss of life, loss of income, perhaps loss of hope in what the future will mean and what it will bring. But you should not be going without food and other critical resources. So please don't be ashamed to seek those resources. And if anyone on my team can be of help to you confidentially to help you get those resources, please reach out to us. Finally, I want to speak to our team members, really in kind of the culture that I've experienced in the time that I've been here, certainly in the context of some of what Commissioner Brooks has mentioned. And I want you to know that racism, ageism, sexism, homophobia, none of that is okay. And if it hasn't been clearly said from this dais, then I'm saying it. Even the time that I've been in office, I'm not even going to talk about my interview process to get here and the threats that I received and any number of names that I were called except a child of God. But when people see me, they don't see a child of God. Not initially, if at all. They see a younger black woman. And in that, I have been talked to like I was stupid more times than I can count. This doesn't even include all of the mansplaining that occurs in this organization. I've also been referred to as a young lady or a little girl. I've been asked, which of the commissioners do I work for? And then I go on to explain, oh, you know Judge Whitley? Yeah, I know Judge Whitley. Oh, you know Commissioner Brooks? Yeah, I know Commissioner Brooks. And I say, well, my seat is right in the middle of them on the dais. And then people are still confused. I've been complimented, which I hope that really the motive and the intent of these words were to serve as a compliment. But I've been complimented on my intellect, how well I speak, how well I carry myself, and to be my age, how well I've handled a situation. And if the intent of these things really aren't positive encouragement, it's microaggression. I've been watched, I've seen as we bring up topics from this dais, and we're encouraging access and increasing access and translation of documents and resources, critical resources that everyone in our community should receive. I've watched as folks in the audience have rolled their eyes as if to say, oh, here we go again. When really everyone is meant to benefit from our policy decisions. I've heard any number of racist, sexist, homophobic, ageist comments, and I have to regularly weigh how much time in my day do I have to spend to addressing these specific things, and if I don't do it now, what does that mean for the next person? Or can I just focus on being a policymaker and serving my community? Just last week, while attempting to go into one of the county facilities in my precinct, I was just shy of being stopped by a law enforcement officer. Now, I'm not expecting everybody to know who I am and know my name. You don't even have to call me commissioner. Devin is just fine. I'm Devin Allen. Serving as a commissioner is what I do with honor and with joy. And so for all of our employees, if you experience any of these things or worse, which I have experienced worse, I want you to know that it's not okay. And I need you to say something about it. I need you to bring it to the attention of HR. I need you to bring it to my attention. Because if we're not committed to changing the culture within our organization, then we're hypocrites. We can't demand what the community should do if we're not willing to do it starting right here. And so, to speak to the broader community, if you're wondering what you can do is imagine that Mr. Floyd or any of the number of folks who have lost their life to police brutality, imagine if it were your son, your husband, your nephew, your uncle, your best friend. And then if you're still not sure what to do, pull up. Those are the words of the great philosopher Rihanna. And if you don't know what it means, I invite you to Google it. Thank you.
Commissioner Brooks, Commissioner Allen, I want to thank you both for your comments. I will never make the statement that I understand how you feel, because I think to do so would be a disservice. I can be angry, as I know many folks are, for what has occurred last week. I am extremely proud of the folks who have protested and the way they have worked and the way our community has worked. But I know that we still have a lot to do. And the comments that you just made indicate that sometimes unknowingly, sometimes knowingly, we fail to understand what the questions we ask or the comments we made and how they are taken and perceived by and again from a perspective of not having been or ever be able to be sitting in your seat, in your shoes. I think everything you say is very true, and that one of the things that maybe as a county we can do is to, through our HR department, hold workshops, hold training sessions that maybe make us a little bit more aware of the words that we use, because words do matter. And I think sometimes I'm not going to argue that there are times when it is very intentional. And for those, they especially need to go through that training, and if that action or attitude continues, then they need to be let go and gotten out of this county. And for those who do it and don't understand the implications, then hopefully some training, some workshops can make them aware and hopefully change their the things that they do and the way they react to things. I hope that you will always stop and never, I understand what you're saying, you could spend all day long doing that, but to some extent I think it's important that that happen. I can't imagine the anger that folks have to have after having witnessed and watched what occurred last week. And again, I think the protests, certainly in this area, have been, they were I think they were handled extremely well. And I applaud the protesters and I applaud the authorities in the way they have reacted and not reacted to certain things. So, we've got a lot of work to do. And I think we need to quit just saying we understand or that we don't like it, but I think we need to start doing something more about it. And so as we begin to look at the budget, I hope that we will put some money aside and that we will begin a organized, very deliberate effort to have everybody in the county go through some workshops, some training, some acknowledgement, and try to just better help people to understand that words matter and that we need to be doing a better job and a much more proactive job instead of just saying, well, yeah, we're all frustrated or this, that, or the other. I think we need to do that, and it needs to be something that we require everybody in the county to participate in. And so I'm not, I don't think we need to discuss it today. But I do believe that as we go forward and as we try to build our budget for next year, and maybe we even implement it before we get to next year, that we need to be very deliberate in public about the fact that we're going to do more than just talk about it from up here, and that everybody is going to participate, and I mean everybody. So it's just been a tough year, and it's definitely been much more so as a result of the activities of last week.
Well, and I appreciate you for saying that, Judge. I would say for some of us it's been a tough year, and I get what you're saying. For others of us, it's been a tough life.
Yes, you're right. And that's right.
And there maybe is not one particular person or incident that you can point to, but I just want to make it really clear that I'm not okay with our current culture, and I'm certainly willing to do everything that I can to change it. And while I do think that having some of those educational opportunities are helpful, We have to be sure that it goes further than just checking off the box, which it could very easily become that. I know we can't dictate what someone has in their heart, but what we can do is, and have we've done in other ways, and emphasizing that Tarrant County is a family. And you hear that time and time again, even during employee recognition and in other ways, that people love working here. And so, but you know, you love your families even though they're dysfunctional, but there are things that you can do to make it a little less dysfunctional, and certainly us addressing some of these issues. And I didn't list them in their entirety. I know that there are a lot of folks that for one reason or another feel marginalized, and we won't be able to get it 100% right, but we can do better than what we have been doing.
I would just hope that we set up a program.
Yeah.
It can begin with training, it can begin with workshops, but you're right. I think it needs to go much further than that, and I think that as a court, we should have more discussions in that regard and determine what we need to do to mean more than just checking off the box.
And in that regard, I would just conclude by saying that racism in America is a public health issue, and it's something that we should treat as an issue that can be addressed with public health principles. You find it's spread through contact tracing, and you address it wherever you find it. There is a marquee in front of a business establishment in Minneapolis that I think expresses the people's frustration quite well. It says, "I can't breathe, I can't jog, I can't kneel, I can't watch birds while sitting in the park. What can I do?" We've got to find answers to that question for our young people. I'm done.
With that, I'm going to, Natalie, is this all that we have right now? Okay. Then we're going to go into our public comments section. We have some folks who are here. We have some folks who want to be called. We're going to start off with those that are here. The first person that I have is Cindy Mata. Maybe she's not here. Natalie, are you sure that?
They're definitely in 504.
Well, I don't know how many are in 504, but we've got several seats available here in the courtroom, and I would encourage, and unless I see at least probably 10 seats. So I would encourage you to come on in if you're over there. And if you're, Cindy, come on in. The next person that I've got on my list is Guillermo Gomez, and then after Guillermo, Juanita Guzman. So y'all could, if you're over in 504, please come on over here and have a seat. Cindy, 3 minutes. Go ahead and state your name and your address, and then make any comments you like to make.
Okay, got it. Hi, my name is Cindy Mata. I reside in zip code 76115, Precinct 4. I am calling today to urge you to demand that the Commissioners Court open a full investigation into the Tarrant County Sheriff's Department immediately. Sheriff Bill Waybourne has had a long history of negligence, lack of transparency, and incompetence. The recent recertification is inconsequential. Waybourne has been out of compliance long before it was revoked. He has repeatedly proven himself incapable of keeping the people in his custody safe. the level of neglect and incompetence required for Sheriff Wayborn to allow a child to be born in his jail without any medical care is grounds for removal alone. But it's particularly troubling given Sheriff Wayborn's long track record of inmate deaths occurring on his watch since 2018. The Forward Star Telegram reported last Wednesday that Tarrant County Jail lost its state certification for 6 days this month after failing to meet minimum standards. He failed to meet minimum standards. On Thursday, the Sheriff's Office confirmed that the incident that prompted the decertification was the death of a jail resident who died by suicide in late April. On Sunday, 50 community members who peacefully protested were arrested and taken to the Tarrant County Jail. They have been subjected to the inhumane and unsanitary jail conditions in the jail. This is unacceptable, especially during a pandemic. The Tarrant County Commissioner Court needs to open an investigation immediately into the Tarrant County Sheriff's Department so the people of Tarrant County can find out how many other cases have been swept under the rug and can learn the extent of the danger that every person in Sheriff Wayborn's jail is in. Commissioners, you need to hold us accountable. You have an obligation and responsibility to our community, and I am here today because I am tired of seeing the violence against our community. No one deserves to die, and our community deserves better.
Thank you very much. You understand that because that's not on the agenda, we cannot respond to any comments that you make.
I do understand. I hope that you do respond later.
Next is Guillermo Gomez. Please state your name and your address, and then you have 3 minutes to make any comments that you wish to make.
Thank you. My name is Guillermo Gomez. I live at 76106, Precinct 4. I was going to say something about the recent jail decertification, but I guess my mood kind of changed a little bit. So I'll talk about something else more general, but I think it ties in. When I see all that's going on, whether it's what's happening in the jail, people dying, or people dying out in the street, and all the protests that are going on, sometimes I don't know what to think. Sometimes I don't know what should be done about it. But it is encouraging to see, like I've seen today, some of the elected officials here talking about it, letting us know we're seeing, we're listening, and we care. I don't know how many people tune into these meetings. I know they're online, and I don't follow any of you on social media or your newsletters or whatever goes out on there, so I don't know how much you're doing. Whatever you're doing, thank you. I appreciate it. But I think also now is a time to ask ourselves, what more can I do, right? Maybe I'm doing as much as I can, but I think what's going on these days, whether it's deaths in the jails or whatever's going out on the street, is an indication that not enough has been done in the past. And so we need to compensate for that by doing more. And it's hard. Sometimes, I go to work every day. These days I go to my kitchen table to work every day, and I ask myself, what more can I do? But sometimes I don't have that motivation. It's hard. But I think we just need to open our eyes and look at what's going on, open our ears, listening to what people are saying, because people are telling us what they want, what they think is wrong. So let's open our eyes and our ears, see what else we can do to make things better. And to tie it back to my original point, please encourage Sheriff Bill Wayborn to address the recent jail decertification and the deaths in jail. Thank you.
Thank you, Guillermo. Next is Juanita Guzman. Please restate your name and your address, and then make any 3 minutes for comments.
Hi, my name is Juana Guzman, and I live in Fort Worth, 76118. So I'm here to talk about the decertification. Last month, the Tarrant County lost a certification for several days, and the sheriff did address it, but all he said was that it was routine, which isn't true. His jail lost certification because of the death of a person. Calling it routine makes me incredibly sad. because once again, that shows us that the sheriff does not value life. We should never get used to people dying preventable deaths. I should also say that if it is so routine, then why haven't we seen it be lost in the previous 16 years before him? I was here a year ago asking from all of y'all to please get rid of 287G. And this year, you have that opportunity to end it again. But not only that, I think that we have all seen that 287G is just one of the many results of incompetent and negligent leadership. And a year later, things have only gotten worse in the county jail. We have all seen it, and now it's only coming through the decertification. So what I'm asking of y'all today is not only to end 287G, but to launch a full investigation of the sheriff's office and to not accept its routine for an answer. I hope that the trainings and workshops y'all were talking about earlier are only the beginning, but at some point we also need to see some action taken from y'all about the things that we have been asking for far too long. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Emma Jones. Good morning. Again, repeat your name and your address and 3 minutes for any comments that you have.
Absolutely. My name is Emma Jones, and I live in 76123. I also had a statement about the jail certification and the issues in front of us with this COVID pandemic. But I also feel very differently and feel very moved by your statements, Commissioner Allen, Commissioner Brooks. And I would like to ask you, Commissioner Whitley, you've said earlier this morning that you want to hold workshops and want to do certain things to address the issues that we know are present, that we see. But one of those things that we're unable to see right now is accountability of the sheriff. You mentioned the touching moment at the protests, and I also saw that on the news, and it's very clear that it was a reaction from the police department responding to the needs of the crowd. Right? The protesters said, we'll go home if you kneel, and the police kneeled, and there was a beautiful moment. And I believe that our county and our community is able to have that moment if we hold Bill Waybourn accountable, if we end 287G, if we look into the harm that this is causing on our communities. And I believe that this is a really beautiful time that we're all talking about these things. I think you can't fix something unless you're able to name it. And I think we're doing that now, and I appreciate everyone's efforts to do so. And I appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emma. Now, next, I have Heather Wayne, and I don't know whether this individual is here or just wishes for, there's a comment attached. Do we still have people in 504C? I think the officer just went around to see if there was anybody. If there are, go ahead and encourage them to come into. Okay, where's that? Is she back here? No, but I'm saying is the other item that she wants to, because you scratched through the telephone number. There it is right there. Okay.
Judge, there are no other speakers in the 504.
Okay, then I'm going to, Natalie tells me that this particular comment is specifically related to the Sheriff's Department. So this is a comment from Heather Boyne. It's 76118. Her comment, and again, this is her comment. A statement from the court needs to be made about George Floyd and many other black victims of police injustice. We need to set up a countywide commission to study this issue and be a part of finding solutions to end racism among our law enforcement and build better relationships with our communities. the Tarrant County Sheriff needs to address the safety of inmates and prison personnel with regards to COVID-19 and to immediately release protesters arrested and being held in the Tarrant County Jail. So that's the comment. She also wishes to speak or to be called on to speak later in the deal. I've got a couple of, and I'm just going to say this and then I'll come back. Those folks who are just making public comments, I'm going to call them at this point in time. We also have people who are interested in making comments regarding CARES funding, rental assistance support, and then the 287G. So the 287G and the sheriff, I'm going to go ahead and call them right now. The folks as it pertains to the interlocal agreements that we're talking about, I will call them as we get into those particular items. So the first call I'm going to make is to Jonathan, and I'm going to remember this by the end of all these. Guadian. Thank you, Commissioner.
Hello?
Jonathan, this is Judge Whitley. You had asked to address the court. I think by now you've got the routine down probably as well as I. So repeat your name, address, and then you have 3 minutes to make any comments that you wish to make.
Yes, thank you. My name is Jonathan Guadian. I live at 3325 Martin Street, 76119. Today I will be addressing the court on the 287G agreement. First and foremost, before I begin on my topic of discussion today, I wanted to say 3 words. Black Lives Matter. And moving on to the main topic at hand. From information that the coalition ISAT of Tarrant has been carefully reviewing from the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office daily plugged-in report and information on COVID-19 cases in Tarrant County Jail from the Texas Commission on Jail Standards, the coalition discovered that there is, in fact, a direct correlation between the 287G agreement and COVID-19 cases in Tarrant County Jail. It was discovered that during the days ranging between May 16th to June 1st, there have been no TCSO issued ICE detainers in cases of COVID-19 within the jail have remained below 50 during those days. In fact, on May 28th, we were at 40 cases, which is our lowest since May 6th. It was also discovered that between the dates of April 23rd and May 6th, when cases of COVID-19 within the jail jumped from 34 to 80, which has been our highest amount to date, there were 9 TCSO issued ICE detainers. TCSO issued ICE detainers, which is the crux behind the 287G agreement, adds more strain onto the already overwhelmed county jail, because these people are held by Tarrant County Sheriff's Office within the jail until ICE can pick them up, which is often more than the 2-day maximum period. I am not a statistician or an economist, but I know that numbers do not lie. With COVID-19 creating so many problems within the jail, including the death of an inmate a few weeks ago, the sensible, responsible, and moral thing to do is to suspend the 287G agreement. When it comes up for vote this month, following the lead of Washington County and Arkansas, whose sheriff chose to suspend their 287G agreement to focus all efforts and resources on the fight against COVID-19. The coalition ISAT of Tarrant demands that all commissioners vote no for renewing the agreement. As always, I will remind you that Sheriff Wayborn has yet to release any information on how much the agreement is costing the county. He has yet to prove how the agreement is making Tarrant County safer. And now we have information that proves already how suspending the agreement will be beneficial for the county jail by keeping cases of COVID-19 low and actually making our community safer. The coalition ISAT of Tarrant demands that all commissioners vote no for racism, vote no for baseless, hateful rhetoric designed only to further the racist sheriff's political agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Pamela Young. I'll be giving you a call. I think I'm going to be dialing the wrong number, but we'll see.
Hello?
Pamela,
Yes.
this is Judge Whitley. You had asked to speak to the court, and we're at that point on the agenda. And so I would ask that you repeat your name, your address, and then you have 3 minutes to make whatever comments you wish to make.
Thank you. My name is Pamela Young. I live in Fort Worth at 76111 zip code, District 1. I'm sorry, my comments may be a little bit unorganized. I've been at the county jail until 3 a.m. this morning, waiting for protesters to be released. And I was there for all of about 2 hours for the whole day. And witnessed people coming out of the jail, children who had been arrested. I mean, not children, but young people, very young people had been arrested, and they came out and they told us what they experienced inside of the jail. And I'm still trying to process everything that I heard. One thing that I heard was that there is no soap. Bill Wayburn, Sheriff Bill Wayburn, has been lying to you, court, and to the public. We've asked over and over for an outline of the protocols that they are undertaking in that jail during COVID. And we were told that there was soap. That's pretty basic. Every person that was released yesterday told me they had no access to soap. We were also told that there was urine all over the floors. We were told that the detainees were being mocked by the jail staff. We were told that there were mentally disabled people that they witnessed jail staff mocking and taunting in the jail. And this has been over a span, actually, of a few days. As we were waiting for protesters to be released, there were other people being released who were not protesters, and they told us very similar accounts. A lot of talk about people with mental health conditions being neglected and taunted and poked and prodded and made fun of in Sheriff Bill Wayburn's jail. The other thing is, the thing we heard over and over again is that the jail is maxed out. It is at capacity. It is overcrowded. It is overrun and overstaffed. I'm sorry, understaffed. And for that very reason, people had not even been booked into the jail after almost a day. They were still folks who were not showing up in the system because they're understaffed.
Pamela, you've reached your 3 minutes, so please begin to wrap up.
I'm joining with the others who have already spoken, and I'm calling for I'm asking you, I'm demanding you guys as the county commissioners open a full investigation into Sheriff Bill Wayburn's jail, into the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office for the negligence and the mismanagement and the inhumane, squalid conditions in the Tarrant County Jail.
Thank you, Pamela.
Thank you.
Next is Nancy Stansberry.
Hello.
Nancy, this is Judge Whitley, and you had put in a request to make public comments at our court meeting today, and we're at that point on our agenda. And
Great.
So what I'm going to ask you to do is to repeat your name and your address, and then you have 3 minutes to make any comments that you wish to make. Because this item is not specifically on our agenda, we cannot respond, but I did want to give you every opportunity to make any comments you wish to make at this time.
All right. So I need to say my name and address. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay. Nancy Stansbury. I live at 205 Covington Drive, Benbrook, 76126. And my concern is twofold, actually. It is the condition of the jail and condition of the fact that it had lost the certification. It recently got it back, but that COVID could easily be spread. I just feel that condition, I'm hearing from people, well, even from people that have been locked up as recently as last night, that it is not sanitary. They're not doing enough to stop the spread of COVID when people are in. I just feel like that also people who are in there who are not of the lower, they are not convicted of the higher crimes. They're not being held for the higher crimes. I mean, I'm talking about misdemeanors and lower offenses, that they really don't need to be in there. The situation doesn't need to be crowded up. I'm just really concerned about that. I'm concerned about those young folks that were arrested last night for they were in a peaceful protest, and a lot of things happened to them that were just not good at all. They received injuries. It was not sanitary. It took hours and hours to get them out. There's just seems to be a discrepancy between who can get help more quickly to get bail and to get out. I mean, that people of color, people who are of lesser income, it takes them hours and hours to get any help. I mean, sometimes days and days to get any help. Whereas if an officer is in for any reason, it's like in and out very quickly. It just doesn't seem to be right, that it's not equitable. And I'm just very concerned that people who have been accused of like just misdemeanors and things like that are being transported back and forth between Arlington and Fort Worth and in crowded situations, no masks. It's not sanitary. Was just appalled about how these young protesters were treated last night. And it just doesn't seem equitable that some are able to get help very quickly, get bail and get out. Other folks last night who were trying to put money in for their loved ones were locked out. I mean, they could pay the, bail and things like that, bonds and things like that, which goes directly to the courts, but people who needed money for their loved ones were not able to get in. It's just a bad situation all around, and there needs to be some reform. It's just not, and again, it's not equitable. How some people can get help very quickly, can get bonded out really quickly, and others it takes longer and longer. It just seems like it needs to be equal for everyone, and the conditions of the jail need to be looked at. It's just appalling. So those are my concerns for today.
Nancy, thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
Next is Ashna Bachia. I'll be giving you a call now. Well, at least even with us not having employee recognition, I still get an opportunity to butcher people's names. I apologize to those of y'all whose names that I am so mispronouncing.
Hello?
Ashana.
Yes.
This is Judge Whitley. You had asked to speak to our court this morning, so I'm calling you at this time to give you an opportunity. Please repeat your name and your address, and then you have 3 minutes to make any comments that you wish to make. Because this item is not on the agenda, the court is precluded by law from being able to respond to any comments. So at the end, when you finish, just know that we can't respond. It's not that we don't wish to respond. So please go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. Hi, my name is Ashna Bhatia, and my address is 8004 Morning Lane, Fort Worth, Texas, 76123. I'm a resident of Tarrant County. I'm calling because I am deeply concerned about the long history of negligence, lack of transparency, incompetence, and unjustified deaths under Sheriff Bill Rayburn.
Ashna, if you would, I think you're moving back and forth from the phone, and it sounds like you're a little nervous. Don't be nervous. Just take your time and try to stay as close to the phone as possible. But you're okay. Don't worry about it.
Okay, sorry. It's just something very close to my heart, so it's might get a little bit emotional. But I will repeat myself and be a little bit slower and hopefully more articulate and clear. Hi, my name is Ashna, and I'm a resident of Tarrant County. I've lived here my whole life. I'm calling because I am very deeply concerned about the long history of negligence, lack of transparency, incompetence, and deaths under Sheriff Bill Rayburn's watch. The Tarrant County Commissioner's Court needs to open a full investigation into the Tarrant County Sheriff's Department immediately. The people of Tarrant County must find out how many other cases have been swept under the rug. The people of Tarrant County should know that everyone who's in danger under Sheriff Rayburn's watch, especially people of color and our communities in Tarrant County. Can we please count on you to do the right thing and open a full investigation into the Tarrant County Sheriff's Department immediately? Thank you for your time.
Ashna, thank you very much for your call.
Thank you, Judge.
Have a good day.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Goodbye.
Take care.
Next is Janet Diaz.
Hello.
Janet, this is Judge Whitley, and you had asked to speak to the court this morning. We're at that point on the agenda, and
yes.
So what I'm going to ask you to do is repeat your name and your address. You have 3 minutes to make any comments you wish to make. Because this item is not on our agenda this morning, we are precluded by state law from being able to respond. So when you finish, it's not that we might not like to respond, it's just that state law does not allow us to respond. So with that, please proceed, your name, address, and then any comments you wish to make.
Okay, this is Janet. I live at 3237 Travis, 76110, Precinct 4. Imagine a city, a state, a world without jails. That is my vision of an ideal world, and this is what people working to serve and protect ought to be working towards. Jails are harmful. They are not spaces for justice. Jails disproportionately impact Black and Latinx people. 287G adds to the harm a jail does to people. The dangerous conditions of a Tarrant County jail need to be visible to the public. The Commissioner's Court needs to open a full investigation into the Tarrant County Sheriff's Department immediely. Who are you protecting when you vote in favor to expand policing? It's not Black people and people of color. Signing 287G is a systemic injustice. Signing this shows your approval for white supremacist ideals to incarcerate and deport people to countries in which the U.S. has created and supported direct and indirect violence towards the people. Bringing safety to Tarrant County will not come through increased policing and a collaboration between local law enforcement and ICE. I oppose 287G. I ask that you vote to end 287G and to open an investigation into the Tarrant County Sheriff's Department. That is all.
Thank you, Janet. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Next is Sari Keitha. Siri, this is Judge Whitley, and you put in a request to speak to the court today. You need to repeat your name and your address. You have 3 minutes to make any comment that you wish to make.
Thank you. My name is Siri Keita, and I live in zip code 75038. And I'm calling today as someone who is deeply concerned about the history of negligence, lack of transparency, complete incompetence, and deaths under Sheriff Bill Wayborn's watch. The Tarrant County Commissioner's Court must open a full investigation into the Tarrant County Sheriff's Department immediately. People of Tarrant County deserve to know and must find out how many other cases have been mishandled and swept under the rug. The people of Tarrant County should know that everyone is in danger under Sheriff Wayborn's watch. Sheriff Wayborn is also the one who voluntarily entered the 287G agreement, a completely voluntary collaboration with ICE that affects every member of the community by influencing interpersonal relationships, the way crime is reported, and the way business happens. On top of that, the Sheriff's Department has proven to be unaccountable and not transparent with the way the program operates, which is consistent with Sheriff Wayborn's history of negligence and incompetence. The Sheriff's Department must focus on supporting the local community by first and foremost building trust and listening to their needs rather than unnecessarily taking time and money to do a federal task that consequently tears apart families and therefore the community as well. Jails are also one of the most unsafe places to be during this ongoing pandemic, and that has been recently resulted in Tarrant County's first COVID death inside Tarrant County Jail. This court must prioritize its community's health and safety by ending 287G, breaking the pattern of Sheriff Wayborn's racist and negligent behavior, and then holding him accountable by investigating the Sheriff's Department. Especially in a time of international and national turmoil, we need to be focusing on building trust with the community, and I hope we can count on the Commissioner's Court to do what is right. Thank you for your time.
Sherry, thank you very much. Have a good day. Next is Henry Hildebrand.
Hello?
Henry, this is Judge Whitley. You had put in a request to speak to the court, so we're at that point on the agenda. Please repeat your name and your address, and then you have 3 minutes to make any comments you wish to make.
My name is Henry Hildebrand. I live at 1601 El Camino Rio. That's in Euless, Texas, 76040.
Make any comments you wish to make.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Thank you again, Judge Whitley and County Commissioners, for administering to the needs of the residents of our Tarrant County in these trying times. Thank you for your patience and willingness to listen to my public comments. Again, I request that you consider the matters of my comment fairly and focus on what is best for Tarrant County as a whole. Let me begin by expressing my solidarity with the Black Lives Matter movement and express my support for those
fighting for an end to police brutality and demanding for a just and equitable system under the law. I would also like to express my gratitude to the law-abiding men and women in law enforcement who try to do work to serve and protect our communities. Today, I want to reiterate that one way to support all of our county's endeavors would be to stop participating in the 287G agreement. Again, I ask that the court examine the liability of its implementation. I know people are being held on ICE detainers without due process, such as posting bond, and that in turn puts them at risk of infection of COVID-19. Lawsuits are already being filed in other counties across the country because of this agreement, and I implore the court to exit 287G as soon as possible. Again, I want to emphasize that the attempt to appear tough by aligning with the extreme doctrines of the current executive administration does not protect our community, but simply builds a culture of fear and distrust which festers as resentment and opposition. Again, I am imploring the court to think about what is best for Tarrant County instead of currying favor with the White House. Given the climate of the COVID-19 pandemic, the civil unrest already caused by police brutality, and the lack of transparency from the current sheriff, I don't see how the court can find being in the agreement is a good idea, and I hope the court agrees. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Henry. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
Next is Chris Najeri. That sounds good too.
Nahara.
I'll be glad to let y'all begin the pronunciations anytime.
Hello?
Hi, Chris. This is Judge Whitley, and you had requested an opportunity to speak, and we're at that point on the agenda. What I would ask is that you repeat your name and your address, and then you have 3 minutes to make any comments you wish to make. Because this item is not on our agenda today, then we cannot respond by state law, and so I just wanted to let you know that when you get finished, it's not that we might not want to respond, we legally just cannot. So with that, Chris, please get started.
Understood. Hi, good morning, Commissioners. This is Christopher Najera. I'm at 3904. Sorry?
No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have interrupted you there. Go ahead.
I'm at 3904 Howlett Street. I think I'm under Commissioner Brooks's precinct. And I'm calling because I'm imploring you to reconsider your upcoming vote on 287G. Tarrant County recently reported its first death under COVID-19. And it's becoming clear that with the increase in confirmed cases, Tarrant County isn't doing enough to handle the situation. Instead of prioritizing the lives of those held inside our jail system and detention centers, we are continuing to uphold unnecessary programs and giving funding to these voluntary agreements that are doing more harm than good, honestly. And instead of allocating resources and funding to keep those inside safe, Tarrant County is continuing to uphold 287G. Last year, you requested more information and data from those of us who were against 287G, and I'm wondering where was this attitude towards the sheriff's department? They told you that they spent $1,800 on running this program, and other counties have spent nearly $1 million running similar. So obviously this doesn't add up. So they haven't been forthcoming with more information, as I think. At least I haven't heard. And if the public can't have a normal level of transparency from the sheriff's office, I really plead with you and the rest of the commissioners to look into this issue before the vote in the next few weeks. Thank you.
Chris, thank you very much for your call. Have a good day.
You too.
Okay, that is all of the calls that I have with regards to 287G. The other two are with regards to specific items on our agenda. And before we get started with those, I'm going to take a 5-minute break.
Before you take a 5-minute break, could I ask a question about a future agenda item?
Certainly.
I would like to ask, when we get to hear from Sheriff Wayburn, he appeared before us last week and answered questions extensively about the COVID-19 death in the county jail. At the time, he did not mention the lapse in certification at the jail. And I might add, just parenthetically, that the continuous certification of our jail has been something that this county has always been very proud of. Continuously certified for 30 years or more. And to lose that certification is not a small thing. And not to be told about it by the sheriff is not a small thing either. We had to read about it in the Star-Telegram. We also had to read about the unattended birth in the jail in the Star-Telegram. I want to know when we get to hear from the sheriff on these matters.
Mr. Manius, if you would take care of, I guess, getting that on the agenda.
We do have an item on the agenda today.
Okay.
And the sheriff is going to be here a little bit later on. It's under the briefing section, and it deals with the jail issues. And so the sheriff is intending to be here.
He's behind you right now.
The sheriff
a good distance behind you, not right behind you.
Hey, sure. So when we get to that part on the agenda, we had scheduled it because there was a request that we put this up on the agenda, and that's what we did.
I think with regards to the 287G, we're probably looking at the 23rd, I believe, is the day that we're...
The agreement ends on June 30th. And so the 23rd is obviously a Tuesday. It's 3 Tuesdays from now. And that's what it was our intent to have that up. Today's the 2nd.
No, you're right. It's 3. That's right. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Can we get that on the
Time
record?
flies when you're having
the
fun.
Apology.
Time just flies when you're
3 weeks. We're looking at the 23rd to have it on the agenda for court's consideration.
Sure. And
could we have the presentation from the sheriff the week before the vote?
On 287G?
Yes.
No, sir. From my perspective, I would propose that we do it all at one time, because last year we did that and we had 3 hours of folks coming in with public information, and then they came back in the next week, and we asked them to, if they had made the comment last week, not to do it again, and we ended up with another 3 to 4 hours. So my wish would be that we do it, we have the presentation and the vote on the same day, as opposed to, again, if I thought it was just going to be new folks that would be coming in, but last year they didn't do that, and we listened to them say exactly the same thing for 2 weeks in a row.
well, I know that I've received specific requests to my office that there be a separate opportunity for people to make comment, and then sufficient time between that and when we take a vote. So I've been asked if I could support presenting it 1 week and then voting on it the following week, which is what I'd like to do.
Okay, you can talk with the court, poll the court members when you have an opportunity, but I can just tell you that that will not be my desire.
Well, if we've got 3 votes, we got 3 votes. If we don't have 3 votes, we don't. But we need to count them.
So again, with that, I would ask that I don't know that we don't count them, but I think, well, I don't know how we do it. You need to talk with the district attorney and figure out how we set the agenda.
We'll work through this.
Okay. So with that, we're going to take about a 5-minute recess. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Here it goes. Here we go. Here we go. We now have a quorum.
Yes, sir.
Pick us out there. He's coming. Okay. Mr. Manius, it's all yours.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. We can now go to the agenda, and the first thing we're going to do, I'm going to ask Dr. Tanasia to come forward to make his public health briefing.
Good morning,
Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Your Honor, members of the court. We'll quickly go through our public health briefing again. And for COVID-19, I want to catch you up on the Tarrant County situation first. This morning, we're announcing 5,624 total cases. That's an addition of 90 new cases, 167 deaths. That's 2 new deaths to report, and 2,374 recovered. That's 50 new recoveries to report. I do want to quickly highlight a couple of things that have changed. This is a global situation graph. As you can see, we had a little peak in mid-April, and things were starting to look like they were stabilizing. But then over the last 3 or 4 weeks, we've had a ramp up in disease activity globally. We're over 6 million cases across the globe, and a lot of this addition has been related to an explosive outbreak in Russia and Brazil. Both countries are now right behind the United States. We're still, unfortunately, number 1, but Russia and Brazil are number 2 and 3 in number of cases, and they have had an exponential increase in the last couple of weeks. Just a couple of days ago, we had our worst day globally, about 134,000 cases added in a single day. That's a huge, huge increase. Situation in the U.S. is stabilizing and actually looking better. We had a late April peak, and then for the last several weeks, our cases are coming down at a consistent pace. So things are starting to look better at the national level. And that similar picture can be seen here in Tarrant County. So we're sort of following our national trend. We peaked at the end of April, early May, and then for the last several weeks now we're consistently declining. That's on the left-hand side is a weekly chart of our case trend. And as you can see, there was a big bar in the middle that was coinciding with the FMC outbreak. But before that also, we had an increase in cases. And then after all of that, we've had a consistent decline for at least 3 weeks. I would discount the most recent week because the data reporting is not completed on that. Case trend related to deaths is showing the same thing. We had a peak at the end of April, early May, and then a couple of weeks of stabilization, and then we're starting to trend down a little. COVID-like illness trend is starting to trend down for the last several weeks. As you can see, the chart on the left is showing sort of a daily situation on that. And the red dotted line indicates a 7-day moving average, and it's trending down for the last several weeks. And on the right-hand side, that red line also indicates the same 7-day moving average, but it's in a more cleaner view. It's declining for the last several weeks, and in comparison with influenza-like illness, we're still seeing more COVID-like illness activity, but both are starting to decline very significantly. Hospital trend, finally, we're catching a break there, because it was one of those that was not working well with the other indicators. It was sort of flatlining, but now for the last 2 weeks or so, we're starting to see a decline in hospital data as well. If you look at just the last couple of graphs, so we're back down into the low to mid hundreds. But if you look at the moving average, I think we're at about 176 on the moving average, which is low from a peak of about 240 something that we saw early May. And percentage-wise, we're also declining in terms of occupancy of hospital beds related to COVID-19 patients. We're down to 4% of all the occupied beds are occupied by COVID-19 patients, and 3% of all the total beds reported to us are occupied by COVID-19 patients. And finally, here's our update on the COVID-19 testing efforts in Tarrant County. Now, this is limited to our partnership sites with Fort Worth, UNT Health Science Center, and the City of Arlington. We've had this tool up and running since April 26th. If you look on the right, the very right box shows you 26,441 unique visitors to our website. Out of those, about 10,174 actually took the screening and completed it, and about 4,843 appointments were issued for testing. It's not as popular as I thought it would be, but it's doing pretty good. We've done some quick comparison with our state partners and their website, and I'm glad to say actually we're doing better. And their website is available statewide, and ours is only for Tarrant County, but we're doing a good job here getting traffic to these sites, and certainly for testing. And then this is again a reminder. People do ask as we go out and about and do things, how do we gauge our risk? And it's sort of a gradation on color based on how your activities are going to be out in the public. Again, the message is staying the same. If you can stay home, that's the safest option. But as you go out, try to stay protected, wear a mask, maintain social distance, wash your hands throughout the day. And if you experience any symptoms, quickly go back home and figure out if you need to seek health care. Try avoiding large gatherings, especially the one on the right that they're showing, an indoor large gathering. If you can, if it's required, related to work, like we are here today, okay, we understand. But, for entertainment or other non-required purposes, try avoiding those. And with that, I'll just pause for any questions.
Vinny,
yes,
going back, in your little, right there.
Oh.
The indoor gathering, most of those folks have masks on, if not all of them. If everybody's wearing a mask, can we reduce the social distancing a little bit? If we look around the courtroom here, we got a lot more white than we do seats filled. If we made a requirement that if you want to sit in the courtroom and you've got a mask, then we can not social distance quite as much?
Yes. So ideal distance is 6 feet. But if you're wearing a mask, it does reduce the radius of exposure to about 3 feet. But, again, let's continue to stay at 6 feet, because what's also giving us some pause is that 6 feet got well advertised and was easy to manage. There's data coming out that the virus may spread up to 13 feet in indoor environments. Now, they've done some study in healthcare settings. Obviously, there's a lot more exposure opportunity there because people are really ill. Without knowing all the details, I think 6 feet is a very comfortable. Everybody's learned about it. So if we start changing in the middle, it gets a little confusing. So I would say let's continue to stay at 6 feet if possible.
And I understand, but again, as I've said many times, the reason we put restrictions in place was to make sure that our hospitals stayed open. Your slide previously showed we have plenty of available beds. We've got to begin to get the community, the economy back open. It was never the goal that we were going to basically be masked and that we were going to social and everything to get past the COVID-19 as it was that we were going to keep the hospitals open. Even within our restaurants now that are beginning to open back up, most of them tell me that there is absolutely no way that they can ever get to 50% occupancy and strictly observe social distancing. And, again, from that perspective, I think that what we're looking at is trying to allow them to get back to it. We've not seen the big surge, at least, or you tell me, since we began opening up. That's been now more than 2 weeks, and we've not seen a surge in cases. So, my feeling is that as we're looking at our occupancy, and even in the governor's order right now, even though he talks about social distancing, his order basically states that you've got 50% of occupancy in the restaurants, and it doesn't anywhere in his order address a requirement of social distancing within those locations where there's a 50% are within restaurants.
Well, I mean, you guys are the decision makers, so I'll just give you good scientific advice. In an environment like a restaurant, when you're going to take off your mask and eat and drink and talk to each other, it's going to be very hard to maintain if we say wear a mask and then we'll let you reduce your social distance. We're asking for trouble. I mean, that's the reality. It's an indoor environment.
If I've got somebody sitting in a booth behind me with their back to me, then they can sneeze all they want. It ain't going to get me.
Yeah, that's very likely, yes, sir, because the direction of the street sneeze in the other direction, yes, that's for sure.
And so I'm just saying, I think if we're ever planning on getting the economy back, and if we acknowledge the fact that we're not going to potentially ever get to the point to where we don't, until we have a vaccine, but we've shown that the hospitals are open and those CEOs have assured us that, I think we need to begin to say, okay, folks, there's a new normal. Masks are a big part of that. But within here, we could say everybody's got to wear a mask or they've got to stay 6 feet apart. But we could go to just about a checkerboard type of an approach in here. And if everybody's, at least in the second, we could make one section. These are the folks who want to wear a mask. If you don't want to, sit over here and be 6 feet apart. And so I'm just, and I don't know, we can talk about that later on. I'm not suggesting we make a change, but I just think we have to, science will tell us everything, but with science, our economy is in the toilet.
I understand, sir. I don't envy your position. There's the scientific advice, but you have to balance a lot of other factors. We understand. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Vinny, well, and I hear what you're saying, Judge, but I think, we've kept saying that our hospital capacity is good, it's getting better, and we hope that it stays that way. But obviously, if we don't continue to practice, which I'm not saying that you're suggesting that we don't have any safety and public health precautions, but if we don't practice those, then we could be in a more worse situation. So, again, a lot of factors to weigh in there. Vinny, could you give just an update on the state-run facility that was at the Mansfield Courthouse last Friday and Saturday in terms of how many folks were tested?
I have very limited information. I think on one day they had about 89. That was, I believe, on Friday, and then
we had a total of about 125 people that we tested over the 2-day period.
Sure. Okay. Very good.
Do we have any kind of overall total of potentially how many folks in Tarrant County have been tested?
I don't have that, sir, no.
And the reason is because there's not a requirement when...
Trust me, I understand that. If we could get nothing else changed throughout this process, it would be that someone has to report tests and not just positive tests. Yeah. I apologize for interrupting.
Switching gears to West Nile, obviously it's warmer and folks who have the opportunity to spend more time outside, and what precautions should people be taking with West Nile, and then kind of what's the status of that in the county right now?
So we're starting to see some activity related to West Nile. So that's a good reminder. Commissioner, thank you for that. We've had one mosquito trap positive in an unincorporated area in Tarrant County, and then 2 mosquito traps positive in a city, which is in your precinct in Grand Prairie. So it's starting to happen. We're starting to see some mosquito activity. Fortunately, no human cases yet. They usually come later in the season. Reminder is the same, that wear long sleeve clothes. I know the warmer weather's approaching, so it's hard to do. And then if you're going to be out and about, gardening season's here. So if you're going to be in your garden, especially when people are staying home related to COVID and they're doing in the yard activities, make sure you put DEET on and try to stay protected. These mosquitoes are more active in the early morning and early evening, which are cooler times anyways, and people like to garden around that time or enjoy their back patio. Stay protected so that we don't have West Nile related issues. And one thing, I ran into a situation where somebody was asking a question about those bands that people wear, our wristbands related to West Nile, and they supposedly are doused with DEET chemical, but they're not effective in repelling mosquitoes. the actual spray works best. Now, if you're out and about in a high-risk activity where you're out in the brush clearing, let's say you're a landscaping worker, you can actually put DEET all over your clothes to give you a better repellent capacity, or you can wear a uniform laden with permethrin. It tends to lose its efficacy after a few washes, but there are other options available. Those little wristbands don't really do any good.
And also, which Vinny always reminds me of, walk around your backyard and your front yard, see if you have anything that's collecting water, and empty it.
That is absolutely true. We've had some rains and things collect water. We need to empty those out because those are breeding grounds on our own property. Government can come into your house and take care of those things. That's for the public to really participate and take care of their own property.
One final COVID-19 comment, and that is that I suppose I should be comforted by the fact that if I catch the virus, there's going to be a hospital bed available for me. But I'm aware that should I be unfortunate enough to catch the virus and need that hospital bed, that I am unlikely to leave that hospital bed alive.
Yeah.
So I, for myself, am going to be guided by the science. I'm going to continue to wear a mask. I'm going to continue to observe social distancing. And I may not always be up here on Tuesday mornings.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinny. Appreciate all your hard work and all of your staff.
Okay. So let's go through a couple of agenda items under the administrator section. First of all, item number 1, this concerned declarations. We do not have any gubernatorial declaration today that deals with the COVID-19 issue. I believe that the governor released one executive order earlier this week or maybe yesterday, but it didn't deal with this, and Mr. Schaffner has provided you all with a copy of that particular executive order.
Can I ask one? I mean, under that particular item, our declaration of an emergency expires on June the 15th.
I believe it's 14th, Your Honor.
It's the 15th, I believe.
Okay.
And she told me.
Sure. That's
so
good, because that's
what I'm just saying is that means we either are going to need to extend that next week or we could extend it today. If we extended it today for 90 days, it would go through August 31st. And so it, from the court's perspective, do you have, I might ask that at this point in time we go ahead and extend it through August the 31st as opposed to having it on the agenda for next week.
Is that a motion?
Yes, sir.
If so, I'll second it.
So now I see the attorneys looking at one another down there. Have I got y'all excited?
Just surprised.
Well, yeah, I like to keep you on your toes. So with that, we've got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
So I do have a question though about the governor's action, because he did, and the text did cite COVID, obviously that we're currently in a state of disaster, and that his actions regarding demonstrations is related to that. So just for the community's sake, for those who didn't know, that the governor did put in place measures to respond to those who are demonstrating. I'll read them now. Therefore, I, Greg Abbott, Governor of the State of Texas, do hereby certify that these threats and incidences of violence constitute and pose a threat of disaster. It goes on to talk about what the penalties may be, I believe. But so I don't want to just kind of skim over that, because I think that's important that people know how our state so far is responding to the demonstrations that are occurring throughout our state. So he's activated the Texas National Guard and deployed numerous state resources, including Texas Department of Public Safety and peace officers that will assist with the demonstration efforts.
Yes, what this order does, it deals with the utilization of the National Guard, and as it relates to domestic disturbances. And he did cite the various COVID-related issues, as you did point out. It did not directly affect the normal things that we see in resolutions or executive orders that the governor has as it relates directly with COVID. But you're exactly right. He did mention the COVID aspect. This was more to activate the National Guard on domestic disturbances.
Right.
Okay.
So I guess one of the questions that I would ask in regard to that, a lot of times as a county, we have to declare the same emergency as would the governor in order to be eligible. I don't anticipate us doing anything with regards to the protesters, but and I think he declared a separate state of emergency for that. Is there any reason why? My preference would be not to do that at all.
You'd never get my vote for that.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand what I'm not going to answer this question is. Are you asking whether you have to have a separate declaration or to do something like that? I'm just trying to understand the question.
In most instances, when you talk about any kind of reimbursement, either from the federal or the state government, there has to be a state of emergency declared within the county, as well as at the state level, as well as I don't think the federal level is precedent on that, but I guess my concern would be, and Commissioner Brooks, I agree, I don't see any reason whatsoever to declare an emergency with regards to this protesting. But if, Fort Worth did do something Sunday evening, I guess, and if they planned on declaring any or trying to be reimbursed for any cost associated with that, they might not be able to do that without us having declared an emergency.
Ms. Hunt might want to address the court on that issue.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Is it noon? Yes. The statewide declaration by the governor does not necessitate us to then make our own declaration as it pertains to that specific matter. So I think in your example that in the event that something did come up and there was reimbursement that was needed because the governor has declared a statewide emergency, then it would be something that we would be eligible to seek reimbursement for.
Without us having to do anything.
That is correct.
That's all I needed to hear.
We will confirm that because we need to look at it, but that is, I feel confident that that is the case. If not, I'll correct myself. I'd also like to make one other clarification in terms of the extension of the disaster declaration. I just want to clarify that you, Judge Whitley, are extending the disaster declaration and that the court, you're extending the disaster declaration until August 31st, and that the court agrees with that and is renewing that declaration because you can only do it for 7 days and the court is all doing it together. So I just want to clarify that that's the action that was taken earlier. And I'd like to clarify that we, the DA's office, are authorized to prepare documentation to reflect the action that was taken today and present it to for your signatures without coming back on next Tuesday.
I'm sure that's what I meant. I'm sure that's what he meant as a sign.
Okay. Thank you.
What you said.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie.
Okay. So what we're going to do now, we're going to ask Guidehouse to give us their weekly update. Katie, are you on the line at this time?
Yes, sir. We are here.
Okay. So we have your slide deck up And why don't you go ahead and start?
Okay, so if we could move to the project status slide. It's the first slide after the title page. I can't see what you guys have up, so when you guys see the status page, just let me know.
It's up. It's up,
Okay.
Katie.
So, thank you, and good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Just to reiterate, this is Katie Chesson with Guidehouse. Over the past week, we've continued our outreach to the county departments. You'll notice that some of our due dates on the current key activities have shifted until the end of this week. That is primarily due to the fact that both our team and GK's team were focusing a lot on the review of the small business grant program towards the end of last week and over the weekend. That's not going to slow us down on moving forward with the project. These items will just be provided at the end of this week, and we're going to continue working through the different programs with GK's team. We also continued last week and will continue this week to work with GK's team on developing the NGO program. We have completed our initial overview of available grants, and we're working on finalizing that document so we can provide it to you all by the end of this week. We are also finalizing the initial procurement review and plan to provide that at the end of this week as well. We will be working with GK's team over the next week to develop and finalize the guidance for the ILA municipalities that we spoke about last week. And then for today's discussion, we plan on providing the update as usual on the pillars of focus. We'll also be providing an overview of FEMA PA. And then finally, to close out, we will do an update on county spend. Any questions on project status? Okay, I'll let Rachel do the 4 pillars update. If we can move to the next slide, please.
Good morning, everyone. This is Rachel Summer with Guidehouse. So I'll just do a quick review of the pillars of focus because some of this will be repetitive to what Katie just discussed as far as updates around our work with GK's team. So first, we have COVID testing. As we mentioned, we have continued to reach out to the state in clarity on testing funds for the county, but unfortunately, as of June 1, there has been no additional guidance. So we will continue to reach out to the state and continue to seek that clarity. On economic stimulus, as Katie mentioned, we have continued research and provided guidance around the Small Business Assistance Program, and we will continue discussions around potential projects for submission for the EDA grant opportunity. On social services, as Katie mentioned, we have performed an initial review of the rental assistance program and continue to develop a strategy for partnering with local NGOs, and we'll be finalizing that strategy this week. On the local partners pillar, as discussed, we have continued drafting ILA guidance letter and submitted to the county administrator, and we'll be finalizing that letter for submission this week. Any questions on these pillars? Okay, and with that, if we can move to the next slide, Rob will provide an update on FEMA PA.
Great, thanks, Rachel. So on this slide, there's some information we've presented before, and I mentioned in, I think it was one of our first kickoff presentations, that these first 3 steps in this FEMA PA timeline are a little bit more administrative in nature, but just kind of wanted to talk through kind of where the county is right now in terms of the FEMA public assistance process. So if you look at this vertical timeline on the left side of the slide, the county has submitted your request for public assistance, which has been approved by FEMA. So really what that means is that you're officially approved as an eligible applicant by FEMA. At this point, after that approval, efforts are now really shifted to identifying and collecting information on all the different eligible expenses that the county's incurring, and then starting to fill out that COVID-specific streamlined project application. After we kind of document those expenses and are confident that we've captured them all, that project worksheet or that streamlined project application will go to the state, to TDEM, and then ultimately to FEMA for review, and then work its way through a number of different review queues with FEMA, and we'll come back to the county for final approval to make sure that all the costs line up and everybody's in agreement on exactly what costs have been incurred. Again, I think I mentioned in the first presentation that this whole FEMA process is very iterative. So that streamlined project application will be submitted with costs that you've incurred to date, as well as some projections looking out into the future. But we'll have the opportunity to amend that project worksheet and really to kind of treat that PW or project worksheet as a living document. And then, as the county incurs more expenses moving forward, we'll go in and version that project worksheet to include those expenses as well. The other thing, just on the right side of the slide, is that we wanted to talk through some pros and cons, or I guess said differently, some of the benefits and challenges associated with the FEMA PA program. And, we have these written out here, but just to talk through them a little bit. In terms of benefits, of course, the biggest one is that FEMA public assistance is essentially an unlimited source of funding for eligible expenses incurred in responding to COVID-19, and while we're still within the emergency declaration period as dictated by HHS and the federal government. So I guess what that really means, or the implication of that, is that using FEMA PA funds is going to allow the county to maximize federal assistance, which, again, taking that one step further, means that your CRF funds are going to go further, since coronavirus relief funds and FEMA will cover some similar costs. As many expenses or costs that we can bucket into FEMA, that then frees up those CRF funds to be used for other programs that would not have already been covered by FEMA. So I think that's kind of the biggest benefit of FEMA public assistance. In terms of challenges, there is there's a pretty good amount of documentation and work that goes into documenting and justifying FEMA expenses. It really starts with what I was just saying, identifying what expenses are being incurred across the county, and then making sure that those are eligible, and then substantiating them as we kind of document to FEMA and to TDEM. The other thing is that when we're not pursuing expedited funding, and there's kind of two different paths. There's an expedited path and a traditional path. But with a traditional path, FEMA public assistance funds are provided on a reimbursement basis. So you would expend those funds, you would submit them for FEMA's review to determine if they're eligible, and then you would subsequently request for reimbursement. So there's some cash flow considerations to be made with FEMA public assistance funding. So that's kind of where we are in the process right now. Happy to take any questions or clarify any information that is not immediately clear.
So I just want to make sure everyone understands that both the Auditor's Office and the Budget Director are continuing to work with Guidehouse on some of the issues that you heard today as it relates to FEMA PA, and so we can come to an agreement on and clarify some of the issues that we're working through. Also, Rob, would you address the 75-25% reimbursement? And at one time, there was a comment made that 25% could be for reimbursement on FEMA could be made by the CARES Act, and I don't believe that we have gotten a clear understanding from Treasury yet as to if that is correct or not. Would you speak very briefly on that?
Yes, that's absolutely right, GK. So there have been some initial indications that 25% of local match for FEMA funds will be allowed to be covered by the CRF funds, but that guidance has not officially come out from Treasury. So we're all anxiously awaiting that information and checking the Treasury FAQs. They seem to be updating those about once every 3 weeks, 4 weeks. It just did it last week and did not include that information. So that has not become official yet, but still holding out hope that that's going to happen soon.
One of the questions that I have, from what I'm hearing you say, FEMA dollar reimbursements are unlimited. We do have the 25% match that we have to determine where we can get that match from, but of the grant monies out of the CARES Act that we have earmarked for social services, for rent assistance, or for economic stimulus, do you feel like that we have items within either one of those three categories that could be eligible to be reimbursed from FEMA? And if so, which ones?
Yeah, absolutely. So, GK, do you want to comment on that, or would you like me to provide some perspective on that one?
I think I'd like for you to provide some perspective.
Sure, happy to. I think that one of the major, I don't want to call it a limiting factor, but with FEMA public assistance, there's very clear eligibility requirements in terms of what can and cannot be covered, and it's really limited to expenses that are specifically incurred in responding to COVID-19 and protecting public health and safety. So a lot of the economic stimulus and small business support programs we're considering are not eligible under FEMA public assistance. I think there may be some overlap in terms of expenses already incurred by the county that could be covered under both funds, but in terms of economic stimulus and small business support, those would not be eligible under FEMA public assistance.
And probably, so I pretty well understood that, but rental assistance, mortgage assistance, utilities, food, things like that probably, are you saying those probably would not also?
That's correct.
And so basically we're looking for things that we spent either that were not budgeted within the county, i.e. maybe the PDTM or whatever we call that thing that I never can get right.
PDTO.
Yeah, that's it. PDTO, or maybe the some of the extra costs associated with public health and some of those types of things. That would be stuff that we could probably get reimbursed from FEMA.
That's exactly right. So typically it's things like, purchasing personal protective equipment, PPE, overtime for non-exempt staff. If you have unbudgeted employees who have been responding to COVID-19, then a lot of their regular and overtime. So it's more of things that kind of fall within those categories that would be eligible for FEMA reimbursement.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So I have a question about the county spend update. I know last week it was shared with us that we may not see week-to-week changes, but I think it's been a few weeks since we've gotten an update on what our spend is, and then I can't remember when, but I know that I've asked for a better understanding of what our potential revenue loss is. So, GK, when could we expect an update on those two things?
Okay, so we are, as far as revenue loss, let's address that first. We've asked the auditor's office to put a report together for the Commissioner's Court. I know that she's working on it. It's difficult to pull all of that and make some type of estimate, but I know that Ms. Tidwell is working on that, and she intends to bring that to the court very quickly. On the next slide of Guidehouse, you're going to see the county spend update. And I know they're going to talk about it, but I would like to point out that if you look at the bottom right-hand corner of that slide, the highlighted, the data that you see there is a May 15th, and that does not include the monies that we have sent to the municipalities. So you'll see a significant change whenever those numbers are included in that as far as the spend.
Sure.
Also, the question that the judge you raised about some of the monies that we had to set aside for specific leave issues, that what's happening is that we're collecting all of those potential expenditures and working with Guidehouse to make sure we understand fully what we can apply to FEMA versus directly a CARE Act expenditure. And when we do that, we'll be bringing that back to court for you all to make a decision on how you want to seek the reimbursement.
When do you anticipate that's going to be?
I know that we're working on it. I can't give you a firm date, but it'll be sooner than later. And that's not a very clear focused date, but that's our anticipation.
Thank God.
So Katie, we're on the spend update.
Yes, so just to reiterate what GK just said, this data is from May 15th. We did work with audit and budget last week to get, we had about $438,000 that we were still trying to determine what funding bucket that was going to. We did receive the additional information on that. So those funds have been allocated. I think they primarily stayed in the FEMA PA bucket. There might have been a little bit that moved to that CRF fund bucket. But we are also working with budget and audit on getting updated numbers so that we can include the amounts that were sent off to the ILAs, and that we hope to have all of this data updated for you next week.
Okay, yeah, because what I'm looking at for this week's presentation has the exact same numbers of what was presented last week. So, okay, got it.
Yes.
Katie, on that pie sheet where you've got the FEMA PA and you show expended $4.9 million, did we actually spend that out of our CARES Act funds and we hope to be reimbursed by FEMA?
Correct. So it is currently out of just the COVID-19 account that has been set up by the accounting or the budget office. But those are expenses that are eligible for FEMA PA reimbursement. So we have gone through the initial expenditures and identified what would possibly be eligible for FEMA PA.
As we move forward with this, I would ask that in addition to you showing us what we have expended, I would like some indication of what we have been reimbursed for if we start getting reimbursements in. I mean, obviously, we've got the $249 million. Well, no, we've actually got $209 million. 209, so we know we've got all of that. But on these other ones, if we've got money, I'd like to know how much we've actually received or how much. Like under the FEMA PA, have we actually gotten that $20 million?
No. So the next step on FEMA PA is that we would have to submit the PW, as Rob was speaking to on the previous slide. So we would have to submit that with the expenditures that are currently incurred and their documentation, and then we would wait for whatever period of time it takes them to review that, and then we would hear back from them. The amount that we have in there is an estimate on what we think you could potentially get from FEMA PA based on what other counties are seeing. So just there are estimates in these numbers. There's an estimate in FEMA PA, and then also on multiple grants, that remaining $2 million is an estimate on possible grants that are still out there that you may be eligible for.
So could we do something on that sheet that would show what those that are estimates? I mean, obviously in the 209, we've gotten that money. It's in the bank. And the expended amount, is whatever we've expended. But on this, it sounds to me like on the FEMA and on the multiple grants, those are our estimates, and I don't know how much, if any of that, we've actually collected to date. And I'm seeing a big zero from our budget officer. So I think that's something that we need to also be aware of and understand. And then with regards to the FEMA, if we've expended 4.9 and we expect to get that back, do we really only expect to get back 3 million or whatever 25% would be? I guess it'd be less 1.250. What do we? I mean, that's kind of what the 25. We know we've got to put up 25% when we talk about FEMA. So if we've expended $5 million to point, then of that $5 million that we've expended, FEMA may only reimburse us $3,750,000. So we know we've got to come up with the $1,250,000. We don't know yet whether we can pay for it with CARES Act funds. And so if not, then we know we've got to be responsible for coming up with $1,250,000. Or I'm assuming that under that request, we would only be requesting from FEMA $3,750,000. I don't see anybody out here shaking their heads whether they agree or disagree.
I disagree with that.
Okay.
Okay.
And then help me understand.
Sure.
Katie,
if we can go to the FEMA PA piece. The $20 million or the $25 million We have not submitted. No, keep on that slide with the pie shape. There we go. We have not submitted $4.9 million to FEMA yet. What we have said, it's my understanding, what we're saying is that we believe that of the monies that we have spent, these can be submitted to FEMA for reimbursement at a 75-25 split, or we can utilize CARE Act funds to fund the entire 100% of that. When you look at the multiple grants, the small circular box that is on the bottom right, that includes monies that we have received from the federal government, for example, through CDBG, that's PA related, and we have received those funds. And I think when we talk about the housing piece, we're going to show you some data where we have actually received monies from another federal funding source dealing specific with the pandemic, and that we have either spent the majority of that or have it in the pipeline to be spent as it relates to CDBG programs.
So then maybe on this, what I'd like is a little bit more drill down that says just what you just described. Here we've spent it.
Yeah.
We haven't sought reimbursement.
Judge, I understand what your question is, and let us see if we can answer that. I believe I understand where you want to go on this. So, Katie, do you all want to finish up your presentation? Katie, did we lose you?
Rob or Katie, are y'all still on the line?
Sorry, I am still on the line and my audio went out for just a second. But yeah, I think I also understand where you're kind of hoping to go with this slide, Judge, and we can make the adjustments and move forward from here and making sure we're providing that information and breakdown at a level that you'd like to see. But that is all we have for this week. If you guys have any other questions or comments.
Katie, I think that you sent an email to me or someone on my team regarding something at 2 p.m. today, which we're probably still going to be in some manner of court proceedings, so I won't be able to do it.
She must have lost her audio again.
Commissioner, I think the intent is to reschedule it. Court does run over.
Very good. Thanks.
Okay. Are there any other questions for Guidehouse? If not, we're going to go ahead and move to item number 3, which is one of our pillars. We're recommending that the Commissioners Court approve interlocal agreements as it relates to the municipal distribution of CARE Act funds to the following cities. Cities of Blue Mound, Burleson, Crowley, Everman, Grapevine, Pantego, River Oaks, Trophy Club, and Westover Hills, and authorize the county auditor to release funds after these funds after the full execution of the agreement. You might look on the second page of that court communication. That will show you that if the court takes action on this today, that we will have distributed close to $35 million, which represents about 57% of our total allocation for this particular pillar. And Judge, I believe that you do have a audience participation form on this.
Before you get to that, let me move that we approve the interlocal agreements. And what else was it that you?
And also
and permission to the auditor to pay those funds without it again appearing on the Commissioner's Court agenda.
That's correct.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. As with regards to discussion, yes, Katie, you're right. We do have someone. I'm going to call Steve Ruiz at this point in time. So, Steve, be prepared for a phone call. Well, we're going to cancel that because I must have pushed the wrong button.
Hello, Steve Reese.
Steve, this is Judge Whitley. You had asked to speak to the court today with regards to the CARES funding interlocal agreements. So we're at that point on the agenda, and I would ask that you repeat your name, address, and then you have 3 minutes to make any comments you wish to make.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you, Judge Whitley. My name is Stephen Reese, R-U-I-Z. I live at 9078 River Falls Drive, Fort Worth, Texas. I'm calling in regards to the item on the agenda discussing and approving the COVID relief funding under the CARES Act that is at your discretion for Tarrant County to disperse for all of those cities who are underneath the threshold for direct payment from the state of Texas. In that regard, many of our cities are already struggling. I heard the approval just a minute ago for close to $30 million worth of funding. Overall, I believe we're looking at, $209 million or something like that. I'm asking that there be an additional consideration for the city of Arlington for the fact that they did not meet the threshold, but they have 400,000 residents of Tarrant County who are currently experiencing directly the impacts of the COVID problem, as well as the related costs for PPE for first responders, essential employees, healthcare workers, for all of those things that are required for the city to help to meet the CDC safety guidelines and compliance measures, as well as leave policies for their city employees. Those are all expenses that are directly covered under that CRF, and this court has the authority to approve additional funding to help cover and offset those expenses related to COVID. That being the case, I am asking for an additional amendment or consideration of to include $55 per capita on that agenda item.
Thank you, Steve. We sent that check out last week.
All right. I appreciate it. I hadn't seen that, and I didn't hear it on the list this morning. I didn't see it on the agenda, so thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Arlington moved quickly and was one of 4 cities that got their interlocal agreement completed last week, and we sent them right at $21 million.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much, and for giving me the opportunity to speak. I was moved this morning by both Commissioners Brooke and Allen on their statements, and I appreciate your heartfelt concerns and addressing those items. I believe that we can move forward, and absolutely, unequivocally, Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Have a good day.
So, GK, I have a question related to that item. Assuming that things are going well with our cities, are they running into any issues with the ILAs or anything like that?
Not that we've heard.
Okay, I haven't heard either, but I just wanted to check.
Just 2 things on that, because you asked a very important question. You might have heard in Guidehouse where we're putting out some letter of guidance, and we intend to continue to put those letters of guidance out to our municipalities, because that allows them to have the expertise that we're getting from Guidehouse on how to spend those particular funds. Second of all, and to one of the comments that I'd like to make on Mr. Ruiz's deal, the fact that especially with the city of Arlington, but all of those cities that didn't get a direct allocation from the federal government, the various programs that you all are funding, be that either rental assistance, be that economic stimulus, be the testing aspect, all of those are available to those municipalities also, and not at a cost to them, except for the city of Fort Worth, which pulled their own $158 million.
Yeah. Well, and to your point, I think that's important that we be really consistent in messaging as we're sharing with folks what our efforts are, that we're supporting the cities and then going above to do as much as we can. We know this, but sometimes folks haven't heard the word as yet. But I appreciate Mr. Ruiz's concern about Arlington. And Arlington's already been taken care of. So.
Any further discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Members of the court, we can go to item number 4. This concerns the Small Business Assistance Grant Program. Ms. McMillan is here to address the court at this time.
Greetings, Judge, Commissioners. Today I come before you to ask for your consideration of a resolution creating an economic development program known as Tarrant County Small Business Assistance Grant Program under the Texas Local Government Code, Section 381. This resolution and creation of the program is necessary in order to provide for the granting of public funds to the small business applicants that will be eligible under our Small Business Assistance Grant Program. The resolution itself includes, as Exhibit A, both the guidelines and the application. So today, as part of the resolution, we will also be approving the Small Business Assistance Grant Program and the application. I want to go over just a few things quickly. The base part of the program that we've talked about for the last 2 weeks has stayed the same, a $30 million grant funding pool for small businesses less than 25 full-time employees, 20% of the grant funds for minority, women, and veteran-owned businesses, and grant amounts up to $10,000. Businesses located in Tarrant County outside of Fort Worth are eligible. One thing we did was noted last week, and we didn't make the change. We asked that they provide the business location, street address, no P.O. box only. Again, must be a for-profit, sole proprietor, or other small business, which is actually spelled out a little bit more in the guidelines and in the application. And they must be officially registered as of January 1 and must show that their revenues were negatively impacted by COVID-19 because their business was closed or partially closed. One of the other things that was mentioned last week was about delinquent taxes. We have put in here just for self-certification that no 2018 or prior year delinquent ad valorem taxes or tax liens or judgments must be held by the business. Again, we're limiting applications to one business per owner, and we do ask for ownership, but based on your comments last week, we took out the 20% or more. We're just asking them to self-report the owners and to note that percentage of ownership. We're not limiting it to all of 20%. Again, this is an online grant application, and all of the submitted documentation is laid out in the application, so it must be uploaded and part of the application at the time of submittal. We aren't going to go back and ask for those things. And we did add that the grant funds that are provided by the county will not be able to cover the same costs of the funds they may have received from another loan or for grant or business interruption insurance. And those things will be self-certified under the application certification. In working with the auditor's office, we have been able to pare down a little bit of the documentation that is required, and it's limited to what you see here on the screen. And then that helps then in the grant review process. Now, in part of the process, as we've said before, the application, which you have in your red folders, we'll have decision blocks that actually help the process go through to make determination of eligibility, as well as formulas that determine the maximum grant amount based on the applicant's provided information. The auditor will receive the application files and will process and review through her office, and will review simply for the business qualifications, the government ID, the W-9, is the business located in Tarrant County, not in Fort Worth, the number of FTEs. She'll also review for the inclusion of all documentation, verify the owner's stated income and expenses that are listed from the backup that is provided, the bank statements, credit card statements, and receipts, and then we'll be able to determine the maximum grant amount and verify based on the business interruption cost. And we'll also then work to determine the distribution amounts based on what Commissioners Court looks at with the total dollars that are eligible to the funding that we have. Again, we're still going to provide a 2-week period for grant promotion. We'll be working and have already reached out to cities and chambers on different ideas to get the word out, and I have already received several cities who have said they would serve as an application assistance center for helping on this. So finally, one of the main changes that was from last week is actually the grant funding amount determination, and so I want to go over this. If you look on page 3 of your application, this is a little different than what was provided last week. You'll see that there's a limited profit and loss statement that provides information on fixed cost, business revenue, and payroll for the periods January, February, March, April, and May of 2020. To determine eligibility, you will look at must show that there's a reduction in the net profit and loss when you look at April and May compared to the January through March net profit and loss. So on the screen, we've got an example that shows the profit and loss statement, and it will be a simple one that the applicant can actually go in on the form and fill in this information on each of the columns. And then to determine eligibility, when you look at January through March, and then you look at April and May, and you can see that this business had a total net profit and loss of $6,625, so they would be eligible for reimbursement. And then the reimbursement itself is located underneath, and it would actually be the amount would be the total actual cost for April and May. So the cost would be the payroll or owner compensation, any facility rent, lease, or loan, any equipment rent, lease, or loan, and utilities. So everything that the applicant puts into those boxes on the simplified P&L statement will be used to determine one, eligibility because of showed a loss of net profit or loss, or a reduction, and then it will also help us figure out what the actual grant reimbursement amount is, up to $10,000. So with this, we would be approving today the Small Business Grant Program and the Section 381 Grant of Public Funds Agreement. We are shifting a little bit. We're shifting by 1 week our time schedule. So June 9th through 22nd, the website will be up with the application information. We'll be developing the application and testing it and getting the program out to the cities and the chambers for promotion. The grant application will actually go live on June 22nd and will close for submittal on July 1st. And then we hope to come back then on July 7th with an initial report to commissioners on the grant submissions. And then hopefully grants checks will be distributed in mid-July. So with that, if I have any questions.
That's a very aggressive whenever the checks are going to be.
Now, the auditor would say the distribution of checks that's listed there is pretty aggressive, so we will work very hard, but until we actually see the number of applicants and the amount of work, it's really, Mr. Manius is going to also help me because I don't have resources to do this program, and again, the amount of time it'll actually take to do this work, at this point, it's still just a very rough estimate.
If you need additional resources, temp resources,
yes, sir.
Ask.
Yeah, ask. Yeah. Could I ask you to go back one slide?
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that I would suggest is that in the list of expenses that you add a few lines for other, because if I'm a small restaurant, there's nothing up there for food or supplies.
I'm going to let the auditor address that.
Okay.
So, in an effort to try to keep this simple, because if we add those lines, then we're also attempting to verify those costs. If you're a restaurant and you were partially closed or closed, The discussion that we had even with the outside audit firm is that either they were able to continue to sell that food and use their supplies if they were partially open, so therefore it simply continued into their profit, or if they were closed and had any sort of a loss associated with the food, potentially that certainly qualifies for COVID-19. But we tried to look at the 80% and not the 20%. I realize this is important, but if we're going to have a lot of applicants like we believe we will, we're going to have to pro rata the amount of award anyway. And so if we stay with the big cost as far as the occupancy cost and with the actual compensation for their employees and for the owner, one suggestion by Deloitte was we could add automatically a 10% administrative line to everybody that we could include into their eligibility for reimbursement. We've not done that here. But if we add those supplies, those amounts tend to be smaller, but I'm still looking for those amounts, even in a sample basis, but mostly completely for each applicant, on those bank statements or documents. And it just creates a lot more work from what I estimated to be not that much additional revenue for the business, because I think the business is going to be prorated based on the total amount of money available in the first place. We'll have more applicants requesting more funds than we actually have to disperse. So we'll have to prorate back if we're going to give money to everyone.
Let me throw something out.
Sure.
Typically in the restaurant business, food costs, and that's what we're talking about, is generally 30%. The higher end the restaurant is, it's going to creep up. Okay, like a Del Frisco's versus a Steak and Shake. Okay, they both got steak, but different kinds. So I mean that's a big part of.
But keep in mind that some of the costs, let's say the steaks are frozen, for example, those costs, they're still in inventory.
Yeah,
if they're closed,
yeah,
and the food didn't perish,
right,
then they're in inventory and they're actually not an expense. The only expense is associated if there's a loss of those foods. And I know a lot of restaurants were actually selling the frozen steaks and bags of flour and everything else that they had.
Yeah.
So we could certainly consider adding a line just for restaurants.
It may not be that big a deal, but and you're right, they did have an opportunity with the to-go, carry out and all that.
Otherwise, they're still in that restaurant business today. They were in the inventory, and if they were not perishable, like the produce, then they're still being sold or served to customers today. So it's actually not a loss. There's no cost. It's inventory until it's actually either not usable or it went out the door in a sale.
But if you had $10,000 in curbside sales, that could be a $3,000 or $3,500 expense that you're not.
Why would we reimburse a restaurant for the actual, if they were able to sell that food? Why would we reimburse?
Because you're asking for the revenue, and that's going to reduce the loss, but you're not including an expense item that would have.
We're only the revenue and the costs are only being compared to show that they had a reduction in what they were able to bring in the door as far as monies and revenue between January, February, March, and April and May. Once they're eligible, what we're actually reimbursing is just the cost. So even
where is the business owners in a sole proprietorship? Where is the business owners draw?
It's right there under payroll owners compensation. So that's payroll for their employees and compensation for the owners, whether they're corporate shareholders that are paying themselves because they're functioning in the business, or whether that's the sole proprietor.
So in April, where is the owner's draw?
There was no draw in April, but there's a decrease between what they were able to draw in the prior months, which makes them eligible, and then in April and May, they're being compensated for their actual cost.
Because this is a hair salon and they weren't able to be open.
They weren't open.
So they got nothing for that month?
For April. If this is a reimbursement grant, which is what we've said this is going to be, and from discussion on trying to comply with granting documentation, it is our interpretation that the lost revenue itself is not subject to be actually reimbursed. What we're reimbursing them for is their actual cost.
So under this scenario, a barber or a hair salon is not going to get any money for, except they'll get reimbursed for the chair, but they won't get any reimbursement for the money they would have normally taken home.
They will get reimbursed for any payroll that they paid themselves. So like in May, when they were able to pay themselves again, they are getting reimbursed for that payroll. But I don't see how, and again, we can talk about this, but from my perspective, the law references cost, and a reimbursement grant is only for cost. And if they did not spend the money, if they did not go ahead and pay themselves from business sources.
How do they pay themselves if they have no income coming in?
From previous month's cash or balances, but they had to have continued to pay themselves the same as they paid their employees. And if there's no cost, then I can't reimburse them.
We disagree on the interpretation of, it's not cost, it's business interruption cost, which could be money that was not paid out. What are the DA? In situations specifically of a barber or a hairdresser, do they get reimbursed any money if they were not able to take home the amount of money that they were normally taking home in January, February, and March?
I think it's important, Judge, to first consider the fact that, it's the CARES Act does not specifically say in and of itself, right? Neither does the only thing we have is the guidance that specifically says that small business may reimburse the costs of business interruption caused by required closures. Now, I'm not saying that the auditor's method of doing it is incorrect, but I do think that interpretation can be broader than what the auditor is interpreting it as. I think I think the auditor's office is taking a more narrow interpretation of that, and I believe there is a method of interpreting that which is much broader based on the plain language of the CARES Act and of the guidance specifically.
And the only thing I'll add to that is we are taking what you could say a narrow approach. We've spoken extensively with the outside audit partner from Deloitte. There is no guidance, so what we're relying on, it's very broad, very vague. We're relying on what we know about other federal grants for which we are participants, whether that's a HUD program or a Justice Department program, and what is usually looked at in those. All of the grants that the county receives from the federal government we participate in are reimbursement grants, and they're for cost. And certainly the CARES Act, the government doesn't allow for the government to recover any lost revenue. And if we were to cover a wider interpretation, which would include those costs that are the loss of revenue to the sole proprietors, then that is a broader interpretation. And then also that, to me, that means it's no longer a reimbursement grant, because we're not reimbursing actually any cost, we're reimbursing lost revenue. And then we might be in a situation of actually having to look in the future on how those funds were spent to ensure that we were in compliance with federal guidelines. We have lots of programs where we have subrecipients, and we give money to the subrecipient on a reimbursement basis, and we audit the subrecipients. All of this is something that we've been doing through the auditor's office long before I arrived, and I'm sure you'll be doing it long after. This is new territory for us, and Deloitte understood our concerns. They're the ones who are going to audit this, because this is going to be part of the county's single audit. So it will be audited by Deloitte. And we're in a really difficult place today, I feel like, because we just don't have any guidance. And if there's a desire by the court to take a much broader approach, then it would be, in my estimation at that point, it has to be a court decision, because upon my recommendation to be conservative, to guard against future opportunities for clawback, and everything's a risk-based analysis, and there's never anything that's guaranteed, but I'd like to move closer to the zero risk than to the other side of the spectrum, then this is what we're proposing. If they actually paid their employees, because if you take let's take two simple examples of a restaurant. If you had a restaurant that was closed or partially closed, let's just even say they're closed, and they continue to pay their employees and they continue to pay themselves, or they certainly continue to pay their employees, then they're eligible for those costs because they paid those monies out. If you had a restaurant that for whatever reason closed and their rent was even covered, or they owned the business and they had no cost, we wouldn't give them any money for their loss of revenue just because they couldn't sell food. And I understand the sole proprietor and the whole concept of the individuals who are affected by that. And so I would be looking for specific direction and guidance from the court, but the auditor is not comfortable with doing that based on the auditor's own interpretation.
Let me ask a question. Let's say, take April. Looks like they had a pretty decent month in January, February. They had a little cash left over. What if they went ahead and paid themselves $2,500?
We would reimburse that because it would actually be a cost. Yes, sir.
So it behooves them to have spent more money.
And that's the concept of a reimbursement grant. You actually have to spend it. Now, granted, they didn't know that.
So if they'd gone out and borrowed $25,000 and paid it, we'd have given them $25,000 back.
Well, not the $25,000, but an appropriate portion of that. Yes, sir.
$10,000.
Whatever, if they were eligible for it.
Well, that's an education issue that these seminars and stuff that these chambers and cities and economic development groups, they're going to need to inform these small companies about that.
We believed with Deloitte that the best choice was to be done at the end of May. The program runs January through May. That's what we look at. And by the end of May, the money had to have been dispersed to be eligible to qualify for reimbursement. To have a reimbursement grant, if you're not going to have a reimbursement grant, then you're doing a different type of a grant that requires a whole different approach. And quite honestly, even the workload for this is extensive. The other type of grant is more extensive with two front end and back end. And if that's what the court wishes, then I'm not sure where we wind up.
May I make one point, Judge? I think, and I agree with Renee, I believe it's ultimately a decision by this court. But the reason why, and I think you have this dichotomy here where there is a distinction between the terms and as the guidance is given between what CPAs think and what, of course, the legal interpretation. I mean, the CPA interpretation is you see
CPAs ought to always take precedence over the attorneys.
Every so often, Judge. But in this circumstance, when you see the term costs and the term reimburse, I completely understand from the CPA perspective why you may come to that conclusion. But from the legal interpretation, and since the CARES Act is codified in the U.S. Code, we have to read it in all of its together. We have to pay every single word in the way those words are positioned. We have to assume that Congress passed it meaning to give some sort of interpretation to everything written. And the way it's written, it says to reimburse the costs of business interruption caused by the required closures. It doesn't say reimburse the costs that were incurred during the business interruption. To me, I read that to say it's the cost of business interruption. What were you making? What was your business bringing in? And what did the business interruption cost you as a business owner? And I think that is a safe, broader reading, but it's a safe reading of this particular statute. And I think that that we are on board with that. I believe Guidehouse is also on board with that. And I think that it can be read broader than the method that is being espoused by the auditor. But I understand the concern, and she's absolutely correct. There is no guidance on it. So you have to rely on Guidehouse, who we hired to be our consultant, and just general interpretation. And when you're doing a legal interpretation, when there's not a defined term, you have to look at the normal usage of the word. How is that word used? And I believe the way that this is read, a broader interpretation would be appropriate.
Well, I mean, just last week we said that we basically wanted for it to be reimbursement, right? In terms of the guidance that we gave for moving forward to get us to this point. And I appreciate the discussion that we're having right now. And I'm concerned about us perhaps putting restaurant owners in particular in a position to where they could potentially get less, when we understood from talking with our cities and our chambers that business, that restaurant, our particular subset of business owners that they understood have been hit the hardest. So what are we recommending?
Well,
oh, did you?
Well, perhaps,
I think
perhaps if the court were to specifically direct exactly how this program was to be administered and what it is that you exactly want, the entire court, not any one member of the court. Provide that information.
That would be me.
Yes, that would be.
Make it plain, Renee, make it plain.
There's 5 of you, and I need all 5 of you, or at least 3 of you, I suppose, to agree. Because when Deloitte, I'm not trying to, as I was asked if I was trying to transfer my liability to the court, I am just unwilling to assume the liability, because when I look at all of the documents, while he wants to refer to the legal documents, I'm still going back to all the other authoritative literature that I have from all the other granting agencies and all of the single audits that we've gone through with Deloitte. And I know that if they pass regulations for this money that mirror any of those other programs, then that's not included. Treasury doesn't normally issue money. That's the problem here. Money doesn't normally come out of the Treasury, and they're not adept at issuing rules. And even the discussion about whether or not we could use this CARES money to provide our 25% match to FEMA, Guidehouse said that we could based on a letter from the White House to the governors. Well, I'm sorry, that is not authoritative guidance from the Treasury or from the OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, in regards to how these funds are to be used and whether or not we can comply with the use of those funds. So I'm following not the legal interpretations, because I do understand there's a lot of different interpretations of business interruption in the legal world, commercial insurance policies, cover loss revenue. What we're following are the guidelines that we have for HUD grants, justice grants, et cetera, CSCD grants. And if they're reimbursement, they're all the same. I realize this is very different. So perhaps, again, if the court wants to have issues.
Commissioner Brooks?
When we left court last week, we thought we had an agreement between this court and the auditor's office about how we could proceed. There were some changes made between then and now, and when we came in this morning, we thought we had agreement between this court and the auditor's office on how we could proceed. I think now we are in danger of letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. And the longer we chase our tails trying to achieve the perfect, the longer it's going to take us to get some money out of the door to help these businesses. Let's accept the good and go on down the road.
Here's my observation. I'll go along with whatever the court decides they want to go along with. What has just been, and I will say that in the requirement, in the documentation required, I am perfectly okay with that, because it gives us the ability to change how we determine the formula or how we determine the amount of the grant without having to ask for any additional information. I have not had a chance, again, we've discussed this several times. We have gone from one extreme to another extreme over the last week. We disagree. The auditor and I disagree. Under the scenario that has just been presented, again, the people who I think we were most hopeful of giving some reimbursement and making them somewhat whole have just been eliminated altogether. And so what I am suggesting, and what I have suggested, we've got all the documentation we need. I am suggesting that with regards to Schedule C, that the owner of that business will be reimbursed their actual cost that they've spent, less any revenue that they have received if they were partially opened. In the case of a barber, they were closed, so they'll get any fixed expenses plus whatever they were taking home for January and February and maybe March also. But if you put March in there, they were closed for a part of March. And that will be the amount that will establish the first. If it's a restaurant, you'll do that. As far as we'll have all the documentation we need, and there will be, and I suggested a valid statistical sample would be what she would look at. That's as opposed to looking at nothing, or as opposed to looking at everything. But if we do what has been said there, and if the owner of a sole proprietorship didn't take any money out because there was no money in there, but the same owner of a C Corp had money still in the corporation and was able to pay a payroll that month, then that particular owner is going to get money where the smaller business, the sole proprietor, wouldn't. So all I'm suggesting is that we take exactly what they're requesting. I would add a couple of lines on there for other costs that they actually paid across all of those months, and that we go forward with the deal. And until we begin to get some information in, I don't think we're going to have a definite way to know what we're doing. And at that point in time, I suggest that if she needs help, that we can pay for temps. I think we could put a call out to retired or to CPAs or bookkeepers who would be more than willing to come in here and help in any way they could to evaluate these applications. But I just caution you that if we take what they're suggesting right now, that these small businesses that we were most concerned with, that were sole proprietors,
they're going to get the least.
They'll get the least amount of money.
Yep.
So can I wrap up?
Can I just make one other statement? If the court wishes, and specifically in your approval of the program, would codify just the part about including of the sole proprietors, then I won't object anymore at the discretion of the court. We will include that in any calculations that we make to pay the grant.
Done.
I don't need anyone suggesting how I should go about what I do, though, so the sampling part needs to not be part of it, or I cannot do the program, because I need to be able to make the discretion of what we look at, how we look at it, and that whole approach. But if you will make your order, the Commissioner's Court order related to including that sole proprietor information that y'all are wanting to include is what you want, because it is your place to determine the grant award. And if y'all want to include that, I have no problem following your order.
Can we get a couple of lines added to the...
That would be where I'd need additional staff, because now you're just making it where there's more stuff to look at. But if you're willing to provide the staff, you can add that too.
Okay, I do want to say that there was a method to our madness, okay? Because we have only put in the fixed cost, and there was a reason why a numerous amount of other entities around us have used those fixed costs and the payroll. The PPP, the Treasury program, that is what they used. And so this never-ending guidance changes that come out, I think a lot of the other entities felt secure, at least, that if you kind of measure it up to what the PPP is looking for, then you're going to be in line with what you're doing, and we don't have this clawback. So actually, under this program that the auditor has proposed, this actually comes out better than what I had originally proposed. Because if you recall, it was 1 times the payroll amount or 2 times the fixed cost. This is actually providing 2 months of payroll and fixed cost. So that's 2 times payroll and fixed cost, but not either or.
Lisa, the fallacy here is that you have got to have paid the payroll. And if you didn't have a job, if you didn't have the opportunity to work because the government didn't allow you to work, you had no money to pay yourself that you would, under this system, The only way you get reimbursed is if you paid it, but you didn't have the money. Typically, if you're a sole proprietor, but you've got them paying their rent, which they probably didn't pay their rent. Okay.
And again, if y'all want to pass the order, the auditor will administer it so that we don't have to have these discussions, because whether we ever agree or not, it's really not the point here. This is your discretion, it's your program as far as how you want to compensate the impacted businesses. And I will adhere to that and ask for whatever resources I need, and we can decide what other lines need to go in there. I would caution you, though, again, to try to do the 80% and really put money in their hands quickly, as opposed to looking at the smaller amount. But whatever you want to put in there, let me know.
I understand the points as relates to sole proprietorships. Those are the businesses that we're really trying to reach, businesses that couldn't qualify for the PPP. So we shouldn't use the PPP as an example, because we're trying to reach those who couldn't even get to the PPP.
Right.
But they couldn't get to the PPP sometimes because they were going through banks and they didn't have the sophisticated financial statements. And that is why we have put together here a very succinct, easy to complete financial statement, profit and loss statement, that doesn't go into a whole lot of detail, that because at some of these businesses, their only P&L statement may be at the end of the year when their accountant does their taxes. They don't have these. So we did something that would be easy for them to fill out. So if we want to take if the only issue is that we use owner compensation and through the Schedule C, and you want to put them in there for the barber or whoever, we can do that. But I don't know that continuing to add lines for additional items is going to solve anything. And again, we're limited to $10,000 a grant anyway.
But just don't penalize them if they couldn't pay. Because remember, they didn't have a job. They didn't have a place to show up. They didn't have a customer to write that check. You told me,
All I'm suggesting is to put 2 lines in there that say other. If they don't put anything, if they don't have it, they won't put it in there.
2 lines that say other, both of them say the same thing, sir? I'm just trying to be clear.
Other with a little line out beside them than what they can describe. Or put other and then a couple of lines for them to put whatever they want.
Okay.
I will say, and I'm going to put it on there, we cannot put property taxes, because I've seen things that put property taxes on there, and that is...
Then put something on there that says no property taxes. Okay. Thank you for your input.
Can I get a motion, Judge, that would clarify that for me, please?
Do you want me to try?
Yeah, please.
Go ahead. I move that we accept what has been proposed with the addition of a area in the profit and loss for other, with a note that says property taxes can't be included, and that we want there to be consideration of the small business owners.
Sole proprietor Schedule C, owner's draw. Compensation?
Sole proprietor owner's draw is we get to that particular deal.
Second.
Or historic.
Historic.
And I will bring back to the court how we'll propose to calculate that when we actually are ready to calculate it.
And I would suggest that we wait till we get something in, because I've got just this inkling of a feeling that it may change again.
But I understand what you're asking, and we will include that.
Well, we've got to have something to get started.
I agree. And the information the information you've requested will give us everything we need. I got these folks over here. Are you clear? You got it as clear as mud, right?
We're going to make sure that we have it clear, because I think the auditor understood what the motion was in the second, and the auditor is going to go ahead and give you all the corrected version of what needs to be in the order. Okay, if that's going to cover both the legal aspect and the accounting aspect. So Unless is there anything else that we need the court to decide on this at this time? Okay.
And I hear what you're saying. I don't have any problem with that, but here's what I'm going to just theorize. As I said, the main thing for me is the information we are asking for, because I just almost will guarantee you that after we get into it, we're going to say, oh, we didn't think about that, and we're going to end up changing it. So I don't care what we say right now, as long as we keep the required documentation in there that we have in there.
Yes, sir, we're not going to change that. We feel that's what we have to have.
So, as someone who needs to be prepared to vote on this, I would like to hear from Chris. Did you have any concerns about the motion?
My only concern is I got a little lost in the numbers, and I'm a CPA judge. But the only thing is I want to make sure that we are treating everybody the same. And I agree that you're not penalizing the small business owner, the sole proprietor, but you are treating them all the same in that same class. That's my only concern.
I thought that's what we did.
I'm gonna agree with you, and I think the court would say we want to treat everybody the same, and I think that will be one of the things that we end up adjusting to make sure that we have as we begin looking at the data.
When you use the line item other, that's pretty inclusive. So it's not just restaurants, there can be others, and that's what you're asking for.
See what we get.
Thank you, Chris.
I second the motion.
Did you have a question that you needed before you voted on it?
Let's do this.
No further discussion. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you all.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Renee.
Thank you all very much.
I want to thank GK. I want to thank your staff.
Yes.
I want to thank Renee for her patience most of the time. No, she had great patience. And
having to deal with me, she had an extraordinary amount of patience.
And commissioners, thank y'all. I know this was tough go at times. So.
Are we having a short break?
Yes, I am.
And I think I will too.
We're having a short break.
As we said at the beginning of the meeting, we were going to move different areas of the agenda. So we're going to now go to the briefing agenda, and we're going to go to item 11C, which is the jail update. I'm going to ask the sheriff to come forward. A court member had requested that this be placed on the agenda to discuss issues that concerning the jail. And so what we might do is ask the court to make any comments that you might want to make first, or you want to hear from the sheriff first. Just provide us some direction and we'll move forward in that area.
Sure. Where I specifically had asked that we have this on the agenda, and I certainly want to hear from the sheriff first, and then we can take questions from the court.
It was my understanding it was directly related to the suicide. Is that, I'm on point on that, right? That's what I was understanding.
That's correct.
Okay, very good. All right. Very quickly, really not much to say because there's still an investigation ongoing on that. So we have had some, there has been some public dialogue that has occurred, and want to bring up just a couple of things that I've already heard a little bit about this morning. Is just for clarification, is that when we talk about jail standards, they have a routine way of doing business, and we were non-compliant for about 6 days post the suicide, and that was public, and that was because a jail check had not been completed on time. And just in that, just to clarify just a couple of things, is that jail standards, we've had past inspections for the last 25 years consecutively, and the last 3 years in each of those inspections that I was involved in, jail standards reminded us that we were not only the cleanest but the best run jail in Texas every time, and we stand on that. We still believe that we are, despite being 6 days out of compliance. The history is that in Tarrant County is that the last time that the jail was out of compliance for such a violation was 2015, and they were out of compliance for 24 days. When we became out of compliance, we vigorously put the plan together, and it was over the Memorial Day weekend, so actually about 3 business days, and we were right back in compliance on that issue. In regards to some of the details, still under investigation, and I would have no comment on that. And so I talk in general, Ed. But that's really a summary on this issue that I can talk about. Once all the investigation's wrapped up, I may have a lot to say, but I can't talk right now about it for the integrity of the issue.
And who is conducting the investigation?
It's an internal affairs investigation that we are conducting.
And then what have you had to, can you tell me you have had to submit certain stuff to jail standards?
Oh, absolutely. Publicly, we've submitted stuff to jail standards. When they notified us we were out of compliance, they wanted a plan. We delivered a plan within hours. They had that plan. They assured me the plan was good. They had to go over some records. They asked us for some more records. And that was the Memorial Day weekend. We submitted those records on Tuesday morning. The inspectors went over everything, and the executive director placed us back in compliance the following morning. And so it happened fairly quickly that we were in and out. But it is routine if they found a mischeck, and they did exactly what they should have done. And we've taken a lot of measures to correct all those things and make sure that everybody's doing okay.
So, Sheriff, I appreciate you being here today to provide some additional insight for us. As I understand it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that the jail standards really is just the minimum of what a jail must do, right?
That is true.
Okay. And so, to quote you, you said that we are the best run jail in the state, and I'm not sure what bar that we're setting in doing that if we are just running based off of the minimum standards in which we lost for a number of days. And I'm particularly concerned that last week you came before us and shared an update regarding the gentleman who lost his life to COVID, who was an inmate in the prison. In the county jail, but that there was no mention of this lapse in certification or even the issues that precipitated it. Is there a particular reason why you didn't share that with us at that time?
Just wasn't on my agenda at that moment when we came before you. What was that, 2 weeks ago, or was that
last week?
Was that last week?
Yeah.
It was public information. It certainly wasn't anything that we were standing behind. We followed what we were supposed to do in that issue.
Okay.
But we weren't trying to. If you're thinking that we were trying to hide it or get away with something, that certainly wasn't it. You can't hide those things.
I don't need you to read my mind. That's not where I'm going. But it is concerning that you, whether it was in this formal gathering of the body or otherwise, that we didn't know about what had occurred until after it had been covered in the paper.
I understand.
I'm especially concerned, for any number of reasons, but because we're responsible for the financial health of this organization, and your organization requires a tremendous amount of resources.
Absolutely.
And so if you, quite honestly, didn't bother to tell us then what else is going on that we perhaps don't know, but yet we're being asked to, on a regular basis, provide additional resources to you and your organization?
Ma'am, I won't make any excuses. You're correct. We did not notify the commissioners at large. I did not do that.
So what assurances will we have in the future that you would let us know about things that are going on in the jail?
Quite frankly,
I'm gonna interrupt here, just simply from a standpoint that I believe I was notified, and I believe GK was notified, and that normally the information would come out from one of the two of us, and that historically the sheriff has not called each and every one of the commissioners or the court members. So I don't know what the reason was for that not happening, and I apologize for any part that I played in that. But that, as well as other things which have been mentioned or alluded to, the sheriff, as I think, followed normal procedures. And then I would just say there was a breakdown from that point. I will say that with regards to the other discussion, I don't know that I would consider it minimum standards for jail, for the jail inspection. I or Commissioner Johnson as a liaison have been present anytime there was a jail inspection, and I will say that every one of the times that I have been involved with that, the two inspectors have been very complimentary of the condition of the jail. Not in the recent, or I don't know for sure. I know that in years past, especially during the first couple of years when I was judge and had an opportunity to be a part, while Tarrant County there were times when Tarrant County was the only urban jail to pass jail inspection. The only one to pass the jail inspection and to not be disqualified for not doing that. I would also say that at least on an annual basis, I have visited every shift of every jail that we have, and I have never witnessed a time or anything within any one of the 3, sometimes 4 facilities where I saw anything like the description today of it being filthy or there being any kind of problem. I mean, one of the things that the jail standards have always said was that they've rarely seen a jail as clean as the jails that we have in Tarrant County. So with regards to the first thing, I will say that I did know that we had, of the suicide, and I don't want the sheriff to stand up there and take hits for things that he has never, I mean, I think he followed the procedure that he has followed in the past, and we dropped the ball in not getting the information out to y'all.
Okay, so we're saying we have an established policy for if there is a death in our county jail and who should be notified of it?
He notifies GK and myself, and then it's our responsibility to get that out.
Okay.
And when a death occurs in the jail under new legislation, that investigation is handed over to the Texas Rangers, and they review that, whether it happens at the hospital or, and this has been the only one in the jail on my watch. And the Rangers, there's no information that's going to come out. There's not going to be any public forum other than it happened and that they were investigating it. And that's what they do. And since I've been in office, if I can dovetail off of that, is I am in and out of our jails all the time. And I do so with no notes. I don't call over and say, hey, I'm coming at midnight. I walk in the jail because I want to see what is really happening. I don't want them to have time to prepare for it.
Advanced, sure.
Pardon me?
Which I'm not saying that they would. Hopefully the conditions are good enough that there would be no reason to advance.
Absolutely. Sure. And we have no notice jail inspections. And we're ready for them if they come next week or next month, because we're always on guard for that. And we have, when you're right, minimum standards, but one of the things that we've done, we've established a compliance team where we're constantly having mock inspections. We're constantly taking a look at things. We're constantly auditing things. And we're constantly trying to train our officers to be better. And some of it's very difficult, especially during these COVID times when we have an entire jail that's quarantined and that we can't mix and match people. And, and again, I'm not making excuses, but in this county, there were people that work for Tarrant County Sheriff's Office that right now and tonight and tomorrow is going to show up, and they're going to hand trace to people. They're going to deal with people that are COVID positive right there. So there's a lot of stress going on overall in that environment. And we're not allowing visitations under the governor's order, which I think is wise right now, but that puts a lot of stress on the inmate population. And we're doing things for the inmates that what we can, and to keep that stress level down. But it's a chess game every day. And I will tell you that I'm very proud of the staff and the command staff, the captains, the lieutenants, the sergeants, and the troops, because they are working hard every day because they understand exactly the stress that everybody's under. And because they want to make sure that we do maintain above minimum standards. We do maintain better than the norm. And we've had jails from all over the country come to us and see us about how we are conducting business and what our jail looks like and how they could get that. And I've had national people, I've had out-of-state people that have sent me emails that said they've never been in a jail as clean and as good as ours. And so I'm not saying it myself. That's gathering from around the country and around the state. Could we be better at something? You bet we can. Can we make mistakes? Absolutely. And we're going to make more. You know, we're human, and those things are going to happen.
Well, I certainly appreciate what you've shared. I'm just concerned with what the environment looks like and what that means for the hardworking Tarrant County employees, as I am for the inmates. I will say that, you know, I'm just having a really difficult time reconciling what I'm hearing and what I'm reading versus what I'm being told.
Right.
And so I get what the policy has been. It doesn't necessarily speak to if there was a breakdown in the communication, okay, well, if it happened once. But GK, I'd like just for you to assure us that we would be notified of such issues.
Commissioner, when I find out about deaths in the jail, such as like the one that, remember, the inmate that passed because of the coronavirus, which was actually something that was in the jail, but that inmate was moved, I notified you all the next day about that. And so anytime I'm made aware of a death in the jail, I normally put out an email to each and every one of you. I will tell you that the first person I contact, though, on the court is Commissioner Johnson, because he is the liaison to the Sheriff's Department, but never to stop at that. It's always to the court as a whole, and I will continue to do that.
Okay.
And
It's not just a matter of reporting the deaths in the jail, though that is important. But certainly a lapse in our certification should be a reportable event. We shouldn't have to read about that in the newspaper.
I agree.
as I do. And communication. And I understand that. And
Sure. I keep hearing people say you need to release these lower level people who are coming into the jail. What's your authority to do that?
I'm sorry, sir.
What is your authority to accomplish that?
Well, very little. I don't have any other than when the court orders it done, and and I'll tell you that the district attorneys, the judicial, and we've been involved with looking at those things, and we have done those things where some people that probably should have been PR'd out wasn't, and they are now, are lower bonds. But the misdemeanor issues, which we have, I don't know how many we have this morning, to be quite honest. But we did a sampling a couple of weeks ago and said, okay, we got these misdemeanors in jail. Who are they? And they have they're violent people. They have lengthy criminal histories. They're not going to meet the risk factor of getting lower bonds than what they have. But my authority is almost nil. I mean, I've got the keys to the jail, but when the judicial process finishes, that's when we get to turn the keys.
Out of the protesters that were arrested that are in your jail now, how many did the sheriff's department arrest?
We arrested none. We assisted in transport Fort Worth, and there are none in our jail right now. There are none. They're all out.
Thank you.
That was my last question, so thank you.
They were all arrested by Fort Worth?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Well, we had DPS out there. I don't think DPS arrested any they could have, but I think it was all Fort Worth PD that arrested. Fort Worth SWAT, Fort Worth SRC. And by the way, I don't think it's very public, is that there were 3 Fort Worth officers injured that night. And one of them's due for surgery, so it didn't come without a cost.
The juveniles that are arrested, what happens to them?
They went to Kimbo Road.
Okay.
They went directly to Kimbo Road, and Fort Worth transported on their own.
So they were never booked into or came into the jail?
Never. Now, let me correct that. We had one guy that gave a bad date of birth, and when he got to the jail, we figured out that he was actually 16. He was telling us he was older. I don't know why he did that, but he told the Russian officers that I think he was 18 or 19. And when we got to jail, we figured out he was 16 and immediately got him out and sent him to Kimbo. And that happens from time to time. I know it may be hard to believe that some of the people we deal with may tell us lies.
So I know that there are a number, I guess, of demonstrations planned very shortly from now. Will you provide an update on what you know of those planned demonstrations?
I know that there's one planned today at 3 o'clock that will start over at the courthouse. We knew it. We're told that they'll be here all week. I believe there's a planned demonstration today in Mansfield. There was one last night in Crowley. The Arlington demonstration turned into a riot. They did a lot of damage over there. It's my understanding of my reports. I suspect there will be people back in Arlington tonight. I don't know that. But we're trying to follow those things in that. We have a group of protesters that are organized and tend to be peaceful, and they've actually notified authorities, hey, we're coming, this is what we're going to do, and those type of things. On Saturday night here, when it got out of hand, the protesters that, in fact, some of them are on TV, but they were exclaiming, hey, we were here doing things peaceful, and these out-of-towners came in and caused a problem. So that's some of the things that we're hearing.
Is that Saturday night or Sunday night?
What's the day?
Friday's Tuesday.
Sunday, sir. I think that was Sunday. I believe that was Sunday. They're kind of running together.
I understand.
Yeah, Sunday, yes, sir.
I just got a text that South Lake's been told there's a protest march going there today.
I'm sorry, that is correct. That was on our radar too. South Lake, Mansfield, back in Arlington, and there was intel that they were trying. Fort Worth set an ordinance, set a curfew, and so they were pushing away from some of that. So we don't know where they were in Denton last night, and we're getting calls, and we're coordinating with other sheriffs and other police chiefs from all across North Texas.
I would anticipate, well, I'm not going to anticipate, somewhere between now and the end of June, we will have the discussion with regards to 2A7G.
Yes, sir.
I would request that as soon as you have any information that you plan on presenting at that time, that we try to get that out well in advance of the court meeting and not the night before or the Friday before.
Yes, sir.
If at all possible, that we get that out at least a week before, if not more so.
Yes, sir.
So that everybody has a good opportunity to review the information before we have it on the agenda to discuss and take action on it.
All right, sir.
So, since you brought that item up, I had a conversation with Chief McClellan during one of the breaks, and we had anticipated bringing this to the court on the 23rd. He is checking, but it's his understanding that we need, if the court's going to take action on this, that it has to be prior to the 23rd. So we may have to back that up a week. I'm asking him to check with ICE to make the determination when they need to have action on it. So if it has to be before the 23rd, then it will be on then the decision would have to be made on the 16th, which is 2 weeks from today. So go back to the discussion that you all talked about. I didn't have that information when we first talked about it a while ago, and we're double checking that.
Thank you, GK.
Any other questions of the sheriff? Sheriff, thank you.
Thank you all. Y'all be safe, and shall we all be praying for peace tonight? Thank you.
So what I would like to do is to move to item number 5, and after that have a quick discussion with the Commissioners Court. On item number 5, we're requesting that the court...
Can I ask one question? Did we do anything with item 4?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
That was all part of that motion.
Okay, that was all a part of that motion. Okay.
Remember, that's the one that okay. So we're going to move to item number 5. As Commissioner Allen had mentioned a little or somewhat previous in this meeting, we did have testing this week at the Mansfield Courthouse, approximately 125 to 130. I don't know if those are in our count because that was a testing that was done by the National Guard and TDM. But what we are asking, we've been working with the commissioner and looking at some hot spots that are close to the close to the 76010 zip code, which is in southeast Tarrant County. And what we would like to do is, when we're asking the Commissioners Court to add a site for COVID testing in or around 76010 zip code area, which is located in southeast Tarrant County, and authorize county administrator to begin negotiations with Catalyst Health Network for testing services at that site. Let me tell you why we've been dealing with Catalyst Health Network. That is a network that has multiple testing sites across the county and across the region. Also, Dr. Williams from UNT Health Science Center has suggested that we deal with this particular group also. So what we're asking is for the creation of a permanent testing site in southeast Tarrant County, and also to authorize us to negotiate with Catalyst Health. Any agreement would be brought back to the Commissioners Court for approval.
So this would be a UNT.
It's not going to be
public health.
It would be a public health, but not a UNT public health. It would be a Tarrant County through public health and the Commissioners Court and Catalyst.
Where is zip code 76010?
It's in East Arlington, so if you imagine Collins and Pioneer, which is not the entire area, but includes GM Plant and
It's right there. It is up by New York also.
yeah, New York Avenue.
Now, in most of the Arlington ones, the city of Arlington has, I thought, handled those. Is this something contrary to that? The city of Arlington
It
not
is somewhat different because Arlington now is changing its locations, and also the number of days and the hours and the days and the hours that they're testing. So this would be somewhat different. It could be located in southeast Arlington. It could be located in a general area that may not be in Arlington. But what we're looking for is the ability to have a permanent test dates.
So this would be permanent location?
Yeah, but it's not necessarily 5 days a week, but it could be like 2 days a week, but it would be located at one permanent location. And what we're trying to do also is we're trying to move some of that testing into the weekends so that people can simply test on a Saturday.
Good.
Yeah. Right
That's
now,
what we're
there
going
is no
for.
weekend option.
Okay.
And then additionally, it just kind of speaks to some of the staffing issues.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
So I move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I just have a question. Do we have a map that shows where these hot spots are in the county?
Sure. Yeah. I thought that we had already provided one to you, but yes, we will.
Can I get one?
Absolutely, absolutely. And those maps are generated by Public Health.
Because I think we've got some issues in south of Airport Freeway in the HEB area.
And that's one reason why we brought the National Guard testing to that area first.
Well, and you had 200-something people tested.
Yeah.
So,
One of the things that it could end up being a little bit of an issue there is that finger of Fort Worth that stretches through there, that probably picks up Soto Grande. Maybe, I don't know if Soto Grande's in Fort Worth or not. But that is a problem because they move up Highway 10 to capture Bell and to get into the DFW area.
Yeah, if you look at Bell Helicopter, part of that property, it's right on the property line. Part of it. So
the south part of everything south of 10 is Fort Worth. Everything north of 10 is Hershey. This is Medford.
I think Commissioner Brooks has from about the middle.
I've got south.
He's got the south part of the headquarters, and I've got the north part of the headquarters.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
So as it relates to the testing, now that we've had the National Guard come to the northeast, we went to the southeast. Commissioner Brooks, you're up next. So whenever they come back, after probably in a couple of weeks, we're probably going to ask you to help us get a site, maybe even on the side of the Southwest Sub Courthouse.
Be glad to.
So here's a question now for the Commissioners Court. We are now sitting at 2 o'clock. For the rest of our agenda, we have two major presentations. One deals with the social services, and a sub-part of that is with the rental assistance. Is that something that you all would like to hear today, or would you like for us to bring that back next week?
I'd like to hear it today.
Okay, very good.
Do we want to break for lunch?
That would work for me also.
That one?
That would work for her also.
Okay.
Do you want us to do the
Bear in
real
mind
quick?
that we're only going to hear the rental assistance piece today, and we'll hear the rest of the social services piece probably next week. So it would be all right to do it all at one time next week. I will accede to Commissioner Allen.
I guess I'm just concerned about any potential intervention that we have for folks who are already in the eviction pipeline. And so if a week is going to make, I mean, if work is being done absent the formal program, which would be perhaps services that we would already provide, then I'd be fine with that. But if that means that we're putting either a landlord is going even longer without pay, or
Let us come and do that presentation if you want to eat.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Our JP courts are going to begin to hear eviction suits, forcible detainers, on this coming Monday, the 8th.
So the district attorney's office has requested that we might consider going into doing item 7 before we break for lunch. I'm ready to address that item if you're ready, if we want to do that real quick.
Go for it.
Okay, so item 7 deals with regulations related to the use and occupancy of county buildings and premises. Just a quick background, you might remember that on May 19th, you all did pass a court order that began to develop regulations as far as the use of the regulations within county buildings and property. Those regulations dealt mainly with social distancing. And it also was an order that we needed to do for the law enforcement agencies who enforce our regulations in county buildings had that order to do that. At the same time, you all, as part of that order, you authorized county administrator along with the public health department to develop and implement those regulations as a minimum. We're here to talk to you and to seek your approval on some additional regulations, and let me go over those. Those are really divided into two different building groups. So I sent these documents out to you yesterday for your review, and also I sent them to all department heads and elected officials and which also included the district attorney's office. There may be some, I don't want to say disagreement, but there may be some input that the DA's office has as far as one or two issues on that. If not, well then.
Yeah, I don't have that with me. Can I? Is it in my red folder? Well, then I'll put it someplace else.
Okay, let me, Judge, let me get you a copy.
Well, I may be able to find, if I can go back and just find it on the, there it is. I got it.
You have it, Joe?
I'd already filed it away as though we talked about.
One of the things that we do every 2 o'clock on Friday afternoons, I have a meeting or a teleconference with all of our elected officials, and I had told them that I was going to provide them the draft, which you all have, so that they could view those also, because it impacts several of the larger departments within the county. So I said these were going to be divided really into two areas. In first areas that I would like to address are those buildings, those major buildings that have courts in them. That being the Tim Curry Building, the Historic Courthouse, the Family Law Center, the Tom Vandergrift Building, and the Juvenile Courts buildings. What we're recommending that in those buildings, all persons that enter the buildings, with the exception of county employees and state judicial personnel, would be required to wear a mask to help prevent the spread of the coronavirus unless a person is unable to do so because of a medical condition. The Sheriff's Department will provide those masks as people go through the security check, and they would be required to wear the masks. In this order, also, the county administrator in coordination with the public health department is authorized and directed to develop a preventative health screening program for those buildings. So that's the first bullet, and let me talk a little bit about that. We've discussed this issue with the Sheriff's Department and the masking. And the mask that we're going to be providing to the Sheriff's Department, it's a mask like this. It's a surgical mask, and it works just fine. And we have plenty of these in stock. We have almost 1 million of them. We've already dedicated at least 100,000 of them to the Sheriff's Department, so that we can do this. These masks are also worn in confinement along with the N95 mask, and they serve the purpose very well. So we would have adequate masks that we could begin the distribution by the Sheriff's Department. The reason that, and we'll cover the county employees and the state judicial personnel in a few other bullets, but the rationale that my office used in this was that we're going to strongly encourage that county employees in these buildings and in all buildings wear masks, especially those that are outward facing, deal with the public. And in the internal working areas, we're encouraging them to do that also, if in fact they can't social distance. And they can social distance. I'll use my office as an example. Most of my employees have their own office, and they can be confined to their office, which they normally are.
Go to your room without any food or anything.
That pretty much works, and so they can work in there if they don't need a mask. We did not make this mandatory for the employees to wear masks, because our elected officials and department heads have always been fairly independent, and they have. If you walk around in any of these buildings and go into the inner workings, either the county clerk, the district attorney's office, you'll find that even without an order, a lot of those, and the auditor's office in this building, and the tax office in this building, again, a lot of them, they're all wearing some type of face covering. So we didn't make it mandatory for the employees. We did make a strong recommendation that they wear masks.
GK, from that perspective, and I agree with what you're saying about the independents. I know as we talked about the court buildings, we said that certainly as you get into their courts, they're ultimately responsible for everything that happens within their courts, but that we were responsible as a court for everything that happened in the public area. And I know that I talked and I didn't object to this, but I will say that I've had a number of individuals, we've gone through this whole individual business of them saying, you can't make us wear masks. And so I wonder if we're setting a good example when we're trying to make somebody wear a mask that's in the line for security, and then they're sitting there watching our employees go through and not be masked. I can hear what they're going to say. The first thing they're going to say is, wait a minute, you're telling me I've got to be masked and that's the only way I get to enter the building, and here you've got somebody. Now, as soon as they get in the courtroom, if they get in Mary Louise's or Renee's or Wendy's or anybody or Tom's office, if they want to say you can do whatever you want to with regards to masks, but I think what we're saying is we've kind of claimed all ground that's in the public area, and I just can anticipate that our security folks are going to have a lot more problems when they're telling somebody who doesn't want to wear a mask and think they don't have to, and they see one of our employees go by.
Does the security guard, does the sheriff's department personnel have a mask on?
Do they have a mask on?
Will they be wearing a mask? The person asking the visitor to put a mask on, will they be wearing a mask?
They would be under the same guidelines as any other employee of a department of an elected official. If that's what the sheriff would mandate, well, then he would wear them.
I think the answer would be up to them unless the sheriff says you will wear them.
I knew the answer. I just wanted to hear it.
Now,
so I guess what I think I'm saying, and I don't know where the other ones are on this.
So here's where, if you look at the second bullet, because the second bullet and the third bullet are slightly different. So let me explain. Because if you want to make those changes, then those would be the areas you probably would. So the second bullet basically says, all county personnel and state judicial personnel when in a building either owned or controlled by the county are strongly encouraged to wear appropriate face coverings whenever they are in the public areas or interfacing with the public in person. Judge, I think that's the area that you're talking about.
Yeah, well, I think we would say we would move it from strongly encouraged. If we're going to require the public to wear one, then we would require our employees to wear one. So it would be our strongly encouraged. I just think we have to be consistent.
And remember that when we look at the first bullet, we're talking about 5 buildings. When we're talking about bullet 2 and 3, we're talking about all county buildings.
And you're right. I mean, from that point forward, it's much more difficult to enforce when they're not going through security. I don't know. I agree.
I think it's going to be a huge problem.
On it being consistent.
I think it's going to be a bigger problem than you imagine.
It's a bigger problem?
I think it's going to be a bigger problem than you imagine if the people asking you to put a mask on are not wearing a mask. I think you're really going to create some issues.
I agree with that.
And so I think what the ultimate decision is, I mean, let's move from the court buildings, which you're right, it's very easy because you got security, they got to go through security to get into the building. So now let's move to this building where there's nobody sitting at the door saying you got to wear a mask. Or your sub courthouses or any place else in that situation. So I think it's got to be, I don't know, I mean,
isn't this isn't coming from the group that's in Austin, what is it called?
OCA.
Okay. This is just us. Aren't we going to get something from them?
Okay, so
Aren't we waiting on them to give us some direction? And if we are, why are we doing this now?
I think
we're waiting on them to give us.
No, they've already given guidance. But when you look at that guidance, it's our contention that OCA doesn't have the authority to enforce some of the things that they have directed. For example, they are stating that the entrances of all court buildings, they don't have the authority to control that. That's the authority of the Commissioner's Court. And we've worked with our judges on this, so it's not just us saying that. And what we have done with bullet number 1 and bullet number 4 is try to assist and direct our judges, the local administrative judge and the regional administrative judge, and all the different divisions within our courts who are putting plans together to submit to OCA, to give them guidance because they're seeking guidance from the county. And what we're recommending is something that is no surprise to them because we've been working with our judges on this. Now, if you're going to ask me, do all 40 or 50 or 50 judges that we have, are they all in agreement with this? There may be some outliers that are not, but the vast majority are. So
I think OCA, they can pretty well legislate what occurs within the courtroom.
Actually, the Office of Court Administration does not have the authority to tell the judges what to do, except to the extent that the Supreme Court has told the judges that they will follow the OCA guidelines. So that gives the OCA guidelines a whole lot more weight, and they are telling the judges what it should be like in the courtrooms. I completely agree that they don't have the authority to tell you all what your county buildings are going to be doing.
So we're not waiting on them; they're waiting on us.
I think we're working together.
Or-
I think this is a collaborative effort. I would say that.
So June 1, the courts, according to the Supreme Court, were to begin to allow in-person hearings if the courts had a plan for addressing the COVID concerns that had been approved by the regional administrative judge. We are not currently in Tarrant County in-person hearings because the regional administrative judge has not approved the court's plans. I think part of what the courts hope for, and GK's dealt with them more than I have individually, is that this court, you all, the Commissioner's Court, will set some kind of guideline like temperature taking as you go in the building, because they feel like that will relieve them of the responsibility of doing that in their individual courts. Would that be fair to say?
Exactly.
Which is why this, what you all are deciding has a broad impact. But everything y'all decide has a broad impact.
So that's what we tried to do with bullet 1. And so let me address one of the things that we're working on, that we would be eventually bringing back to the court for your approval. You might see the last sentence that I'm asking that you all give me the authority and direct me to, with the Public Health Department, to develop a preventative health screening program for these buildings. What that means, we're trying to work with possibly JPS to set up a temperature screening for all people that enter those buildings. And we're just not there yet to come forward and make that recommendation. So that's what I'm trying to get to at that point.
Mr. Waller, if you want to come up and wait your turn behind Mr.
One other thing, and it relates to the judges. This is a consensus with the district attorney, the criminal district attorney's office, and our judges also, that and this is just a minor correction on what Judge Whitley was saying, it's the judges have sole control over a partial area of their courtroom. And if you look at the last bullet, it says in those areas within judicial courtrooms that are under the sole control of the judiciary and are located in buildings either owned or controlled by the county, the judge shall determine the wearing of masks. So when you look in the audience section, that's still part of your authority. Basically, when you get into the well of the courtroom, that's where the lawyers are, that's where the juries are, that's where the defendant is, that's where the clerks are, then that is an area that is solely controlled by the judge who is sitting in that court at that time. I think that's...
So if you have an unruly person in the other area, they can't tell their bailiff to remove that person?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another one of those questions that I asked and I knew the answer.
My only proviso would be the judge has control over telling those people in his or her courtroom how to act, what to wear. They don't have control of the facility. It is a county building, and you all have the right to install plexiglass. You all have the right to make decisions about those things. And while, because you have the broader perspective of all the participants in the court.
All we were trying to do is to help the judges along and make sure that they realized that they had sole control in some areas, and the judges were the first ones to point out to us that in the seating area that they didn't know if they had control or not, and that's why this is here.
Mr. Wilder, let Mr. Wilder make whatever comment he's fixing to make.
Just a couple of things. On Friday, I called GK. The family judges passed an order that basically said anyone who entered the courthouse had to wear a mask. Now, I thought their authority ended at their front door. So that may be an issue coming up. That was effective June the 1st, which is yesterday. I sent that order to GK. So naturally, those of us who have to go to the family building, I always wear the mask, being in a high-risk group.
We're glad of that.
I know. It was hate to see me go that way. But we would like maybe some communication to the judge. I have to identify with the DA's remarks, because the other issue that is bubbled up to me was that there was some resistance to the plastic shields down in the Justice Center. My clerks really like those shields. We have them in our office thanks to facilities. We're dealing with inmates all the time, both in the court as well as in our office. And with us sitting right there by the judge and the inmate right here, the spacing is tough. So we like those shields in there, and I was glad to hear the DA. I think she's telling me that they have the right to install them, is what I just heard, I think.
Yes, we do.
And then the other thing, one of my managers, I had them review the proposed document that GK sent out, and they said, well, do we have the authority to tell people walking in our door that they have to wear a mask? That one I don't have the answer to, but would like to hear it. I think I, as any elected official, have the authority to tell my employees to wear a mask, which we have done as soon as we got masks in March. Everybody in a front-facing, public-facing job must wear a mask. I have left it optional in the back offices because our call volume is so high. These are difficult to hear talking on the telephone.
Mr. Wilder, I have never had any difficulty hearing you.
Well, I don't.
Speak or cough.
I don't wear mine in my office unless I have somebody come in the office. Then we're all wearing masks. So I'd like to ask for resolution of that Question, do I or any other elected official have the right to tell somebody walking through my door that they must wear a mask?
I could issue my legal opinion, but I don't think y'all would like it.
Okay, so if we think about the role of the judge, which is to make sure that a person gets a fair hearing, right? That's why when there's no jury, a defendant can be brought in jail clothes before the court, right? Because the jury might be influenced by his jail clothes, but the judge would not. So the idea is to have a fair hearing. In my opinion, a clerk having a mask on in a proceeding has nothing to do with the proceeding.
Okay, so let me ask this question about what he. There are areas. My feeling is what we've said is the public areas of any building can be controlled by the court. This court.
Yes.
And so when we have the little guy with the camera walking around wanting to video all of our space, they can walk into my lobby, but they can't walk into my office. And so under that scenario, Tom, they could walk into your lobby area where the public walks into, but they could not come around the counter and be back in the area where your clerks would be. So here's the problem that I think we've all got is if we decide to define the public area, that we say that when you come into our building, if you're in the public area, you're required to wear a mask. Then that basically, what I hear the definition would be, inside of your office, it would be the lobby area. Inside of my office, it would be the public area. Inside of a courtroom, it would be everything beyond the well. And so whether they like it or not, it's our building. We can make, and now that then takes us, the next thing we're going to hear from is the Attorney General, who's going to basically say, you can't require anybody to wear a mask, and therefore, because it's a public building and it's in the public area of that building, you're out of luck.
Okay, so a couple of things. In talking with one of the district judges, one of the criminal district judges in the Curry building, there is the hallway that circles the building that is secure. It's where all the attorneys are all the time, and that's considered, in his opinion, public. It's not his office, it's the walkway around the building. Now, the general public is not supposed to get back there, but it is, for all intents and purposes, public. And it was interesting to hear him characterize it like that. So let's go back to the scenario of a judge trying to make sure that a trial is fair. So if we're talking about jury trials, and we're not, the Supreme Court has delayed those till August, right? So if we're talking about a jury trial and we're trying to do voir dire examination, it is hard to do voir dire examination when you cannot see a person's entire face. So if we say every juror who comes in from the street has got to wear a mask sitting in the big area of the courtroom, then that is going to hamper the ability of the defendant and the state to get a fair trial. So, perhaps there are some things that need to be built in for jury trials, but for docket settings where people are just sitting there waiting for their case to be called, there is no reason not to wear a mask. When a plea agreement is worked out between the state and the defense and the judge is taking that plea, it doesn't matter if that guy has a mask on. Nobody is going to say, well, let me look at you and tell you what the offer is. Offers are based on the facts and the person's prior history, right? Facts of the crime, prior history of the defendant. So, what?
I said maybe.
So, I don't think wearing a mask, at that point, maybe there just needs to be more specific descriptions, more specific delineation that jury trials are going to have to be different if and when we're able to get one, because then you're still going to have to socially distance the jurors for jury voir dire.
So, in talking with the local administrative judge, and I'd like to address what Ms. Wilson said because I agree with what you're saying, Ms. Wilson. I ask if we continue to update and modify our orders. Is that something that they can amend the orders that they have at the OCA? And the answer is absolutely. They can amend these orders at any time. And so I thought about the issue of jury trials in August and the voir dire of those jury trials. And I never thought that these 4 bullet points were going to be the last 4 bullet points that we were ever going to do in these buildings. This was our initial effort to do this.
Somebody was listening to the court proceedings.
So also, to answer Mr. Wilder's question about someone coming into the areas in front of the counter in his offices, in most of his offices are located in these 5 buildings.
4 buildings.
Okay, in 4 buildings, 4 of the 5. If the Commissioner's Court approves the first bullet, then it's mandated that, with the exception of county employees and state judicial employees, that they wear masks. And if you have someone who comes into your lobby or into one of your desks, and they don't wear a mask, and you're in one of these 4 buildings, the first thing you do is you call the sheriff. You can very politely say you're required to wear a mask. If they don't, the reason that we're embedding this type of activity in our regulations is because statutorily, if this Commissioner's Court has the authority to develop rules and regs for our buildings, and it authorizes then the sheriff, and in the sub-courthouses it would be the constables, to enforce those regs. So if someone comes in, they ask them, you're required to wear a mask. If they say, I'm not wearing a mask, then the next call could be to the Sheriff's Department. And remember that in those 4 buildings, there at the entrance, there is a group of sheriff's employees, including at least 2, maybe 3, possibly more deputies that could respond if in fact that was a necessity. I think that would be few and far between, but that would answer Mr. Wilder's
Before either one of the 2 of y'all get up, I want to recognize Judge Hennigan, the legislative administrator, or the administrative, whatever they call you.
Local administrative judge.
Local administrative judge. I don't know if you want to hear what they have to say or if you want to make certain comments. You came over here, so I kind of have an idea in my mind that you were listening.
I was listening.
So come on up.
I got 3 words. If I could suggest that you, no, not that. If I could just suggest that you say, if you're going to vote to let them enter the building, just say, and wear the mask with the public in the public areas. I'm totally supportive of that.
Judge.
Good afternoon. My name is Jerry Hennigan. I'm a judge of the 324th District Court and also the local administrative district judge. And the Office of Court Administration has designated the local administrative district judge of each county to develop an operating plan for the opening of courts. And so that duty fell on me, much to my chagrin. The plan is ready to go. The only thing that we want as judges, as the local administrative judge, and I think I can speak for Judge Evans, the presiding judge, and I think most of the judges, we want to get the courts open as much as possible. And so I agree with what I heard earlier. I think the judge controls the court, and I would disagree with, I think, whoever said that maybe y'all control the gallery. I would suspect that we control everything inside the courtroom. I would hope so, because as somebody pointed out, if somebody's unruly, I think our bailiff's one is going to have to remove them. And facilities came and marked all of our chairs, much as they've marked y'all's, to show where people can sit. But other than our courtrooms, y'all control the building. And all I want from y'all, if possible, and today if possible, is for y'all to tell us how y'all want to do the buildings. If y'all want to require people to wear a face mask, I think that's probably the way it ought to be done, but it's y'all's business, it's your building. If you want to require people to wear face masks, great. If you want to encourage people to wear face masks, that's great too. If you want to do signage, which is what I understand that you're going to do right now, that's great. And hopefully at some point in time, maybe we can have someone, a professional out there doing temperatures. But that's something for the future. Again, I just want to get this plan finished and get it out of the way, and so everybody's not mad at me anymore. So.
Well, welcome to our world.
Yes, I understand.
Judge, let me ask a couple of questions with regards. The first question that has come up was with regards to the mask, and what I just think I heard you say was your preference would be for us to require masks of everyone in the public areas of our courts buildings.
Well, my concern, and again, I know we have court employees and Tom and Mary Louise and everybody has their employees, and I don't want to interfere with their proceedings. But my concern with the public particularly is that once they get up to our court, you know, they've gone in and they've gone to the bathroom, they stopped by the snack bar and got them a Coke, they've got on the elevator, and so if they're sick, they've contaminated a lot of areas before they ever get to our courtroom.
If they don't have masks.
If they don't have masks.
And so then the second thing would be, I think I heard you talk about maybe screening into the future, and that's something that Mr. Manius is going to, I think him and Vinny are going to work on that. The third thing was the notifications. Did I hear notifications in there? I thought there were three things. I maybe just sign. Well, when he said signage, the signage was if for whatever reason you can't get into the building, there needs to be a sign there that says call wherever you're supposed to be, and let them know that for whatever reason you can't get in.
What we would like from their signs, we would like maybe the deputies at the magnetometer to ask the people, did you see the signs, and does any of that apply to you? At least do that. But then we would like to have a sign that has numbers, telephone numbers, and I understand in the Tim Curry building you could call Mr. Shugert's number and he could contact all the other judges. The rest of us don't have that opportunity, so I would think in our building and in the Vandergrift building, there ought to be numbers there where people could call if they're not coming in and tell us that they can't come in.
I'm not sure Mr. Schugert knows that his number is going to be the number.
I'm sure you'll be happy. But so whatever numbers you want to put is what we need to have, I think.
We're getting there.
Okay, so from what I think the decision, the primary decision of the court today is whether or not we say that basically everybody, do you have a feeling about if your employee is walking through the public area, whether they should have a mask on while they're working through and not?
Oh, me? Sure. I mean, I don't want our employees, and I don't want the clerk's employees to. I have very few employees. I have 2 or 3, but I think the clerk would be the biggest problem in that they have so many people coming in the door, and I don't know that it's. I hate for them to start getting in line 6 feet apart. So maybe if there could be someone else just talking to them as they came through outside the magnetometer.
Well, they would still go in outside the magnetometer.
Okay, if you had a deputy over there to talk to them.
They just walk in the building.
Okay, then wear
they
a mask.
go in one of the employee entrances and never get stopped at all.
Wear a mask. I agree. I don't want them stopped. But anyway, whatever you do, I just hope you'll do it today. That's I'm begging you. Please do it today.
Okay.
I don't have very good knees, but I'd get on my knees if I could. But
Thank you, Judge.
Any other questions?
Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mary Louise?
Okay. So I saw the recommendations, and just for the record, I just want to say we came back the 18th. We all have masks. We have cleaning supplies. We have plexiglass. And this is not really about the judicial. It's the front-facing customers. This is not designed for a clerk to wear 8 hours a day at her desk when she's helping vital records. So I personally am taking a different kind of path on this. I do not want my employees to engage in arguments to make a phone call, and I told you that last week. If somebody walks in my office and they're supposed to wear a mask because you believe
it's your buildings, and you need to make them do that. I'm not here to put my clerks in that position, none of them. I hope you make the mask available for people who can't afford them, that want to come in and do business. I mean, what a great opportunity to hand those to people that don't have masks, that would love to wear a mask. But I disagree by making people wear a mask, and I'm not going to ask or encourage my team members. They will not pick up a panic button if somebody walks in my office and just simply wants to do business. They simply want to do business. People are going to wear a mask because they want to. We've way past the point of everybody's fear. You're either going to wear a mask because you think it's the right thing to do, protect other people and not yourself, or you're not going to wear a mask because now it's been politicized. So I think it's dangerous territory, and for my staff, I'm not going to ask them to stop anybody and say, sir, you don't get a birth certificate, you don't have that mask on. And I'm not going to ask my staff for 8 hours to breathe through this. That's where I am. If you think we need to wear a mask when we walk in, that's your call, if that's what you insist on. But when you come into my offices, I don't want that confrontation, and it's coming. It will be coming. So that's where I'm at on that. So I hope you make them available at the door and strongly encourage people to use them if they need them.
I think we're planning on giving them.
Yeah. But I mean, stopping somebody and saying, you're not coming in, and he's saying it's my constitutional right, and here comes the AG. I just think it's bad business. And the temperature taking, I'm concerned about that. I was at a meeting and I was standing outside and it was 100.4 in my temperature. But they had a place for me to stay and cool down and take my temperature again. I think with summer, it's going to be a challenging situation. And then the frontline people, our clerks, are the ones that are going to deal with the people that come and saying, I can't believe I stood outside for 10 minutes and now you're telling me I can't get this record because I don't have the right ID. That's just my thoughts on it. We're going to do what we can, but you've done everything to protect us, and we feel good about it in the clerk's office for us.
So GK, I know that we've heard from some officials here today. Was there any specific feedback that you had received from other department heads or elected officials that would guide our decision making today?
No, ma'am, I did not. I didn't hear back from anyone. I take that back. I had a conversation with Ms. Nicholson, and of course I've talked with the district attorney's office, but as our attorney or my attorney. I really think we're really pretty close.
Oh, I think it's a matter of.
It's the only thing between us and lunch.
Are we discussing this
Dinner,
in
maybe.
close at all? Or are we discussing this in close next?
If you feel like you need some additional legal guidance, you can take this into closed.
Judge Hennigan needs bullet point number 1.
I'm sorry.
Just yes. What you're looking for is.
I'm looking for you to tell me if you're going to require masks in the public areas or in the building after you get in the building, or if you're going to strongly encourage it. That's what I'm asking. And I'll put it in the plan, whichever way y'all decide.
So the answer is yes.
Okay, yes.
And right now, according to bullet point number 1, right now, in the court's buildings, we are requiring the public to wear masks in the public area. We are not requiring employees to wear masks in the public area. And in all of the other buildings within the county, we are not requiring masks to be worn.
That's a lose-lose situation.
So that's why I started this thing out by saying, I think we want to be consistent one way or the other.
Change required to strongly encourage, and let's go to lunch.
So we're saying strongly encourage everyone.
In all buildings.
In all buildings.
So what you're saying? Okay, make sure I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't understand what we're saying.
Strongly encourage, not require. Strongly encourage.
Okay.
So what we're saying is that in those 5 courthouses, that it wouldn't be a mandate for the public to be wearing a mask. You would just simply strongly encourage them to do that. And that means that if someone says, no, I'm not going to wear a mask, then they don't have to wear a mask.
All the way up until the time they get into the courtroom and the judge says, you got to wear a mask. And then they have no choice at that point in time.
That's true. And
Or
then,
in
well,
elected officials' private office space, right? Is that what I understood from the conversation with Tom?
Other than their public area. Again, if I walk in the clerk's offices and it's the public area where the public walks in, then we control that, they don't. Now, I understand, I do agree with the judge. Once you walk in the doors of that courtroom and you're in that courtroom, you're in that courtroom.
I was not the one that was arguing.
I understand that. I do understand. And I understand that technically it may be within the well, but in my mind, when you open that door and walk in.
It would relieve a lot of stress on everybody if we said the judge was in charge of that courtroom.
Yep, and that's where I would say.
What? Right. I mean, that, and we can modify that.
So what you're saying is that the guest, it's strongly suggested for guests and employees. Is that correct?
Yes.
Not mandatory for guests. Okay, I'll go for that.
In the public areas.
It's not mandatory for anybody anywhere.
That's right.
Yeah, but it's strongly encouraged.
But it's strongly encouraged.
And we're gonna have them there.
To give them out if they don't have one.
Don't give them
They won't.
away. And
And
anybody who
we're also going, if that's the wish of the
that's
court,
on them.
then what we will do, we will provide masks at those areas at the entry. And if a person wants a mask, that's fine. What we will also do, in every courtroom, we will provide the judge so that he can assign it to his bailiff, if that's what the desire is, a number of masks, so that if the judge mandates that he or she wants everyone in the courtroom to wear a mask, then there's a mask available. We have to do that because if not, if someone comes into the courtroom, there's no mask available. How do you tell them to?
Go downstairs and get one. They should have got one when they came in.
And then you can wait on that 4-man elevator going up and down.
Yeah, just give them a box of masks.
Okay, so then I just want to make sure that I'm understanding Judge Hennigan's concerns. I'm understanding, and it seems like we're meeting those needs. I heard Tom's concerns. Are we addressing Tom's concerns?
I think
we are. I think we're addressing we're getting you a plan. And we're strongly recommending and then leaving it up to you once you get in there. Tom, you can do whatever you want to behind the line with your employees.
But the people that are coming up to the counter will not have to be wearing a mask.
That's correct.
And that.
But we can ask them to.
You can ask, you just can't require.
Some of them come in there coughing and sneezing. Yeah, I wouldn't be bashful about telling them, hey, I'm not putting on a mask.
And it also serves Mary Louise's concern about with your staff and being able to conduct business in a way that they can do so effectively for 8 hours, right? And it's their choice. Okay.
We have never suggested that we take away the ability of elected officials or department head to control the wearing of masks by their employees when they are inside the internal office.
Okay. I understand now.
Okay. So let me suggest this. I think we're real close on this. If you would like, we can either craft another order real quick. We're going to have to pass one today because Judge Hennigan wants an order today, and we'll get him one if the court agrees.
Could we simply I agree with what you're saying, just amend what you've got here in these 4 points to change are required in the first bullet point, beginning with the fourth row, are strongly encouraged versus required.
That's what I said.
I like it.
5 minutes ago.
And strike the parenthetical.
And strike the parenthetical.
So moved.
Sure.
Heck, I'll second just because I'm ready to go eat.
Well, I still have some heartburn. I don't know where, so I'll go ahead and abstain for now.
You ain't gonna be, your abstention for now is gonna be permanent. I don't mind it being, I'm just saying.
I understand.
Okay.
Well, because I said for now, I understand. Yeah.
We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any additional discussion or questions? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 with 4, 0 against, 1 abstention. I think. Why don't you push that abstention button just so we have and 1 abstention. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And you too. Okay, do we, we're going to recess our open meeting and proceed to close.
Yes.
To discuss 71, 072, 074, 076, and 087 of the Texas Government Code. I apologize, folks. These meetings are running a little bit longer. I'll call my wife and tell her not to worry about dinner tonight. Okay. Having returned from our closed session, we will now address the following matters.
So
Commissioner Johnson?
I'm here.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to a briefing item on your agenda, but it's going to be something that we want to do first before we get into the rental assistance program. So this is going to be item 11B, which is the Social Services CARES Act Assistance Program. And Ms. Camareno is going to be presenting that program.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Kristen.
It's good to see you all. I am going to brief you today on the social services pillar of the CARES Act program. This is one of 4 of the pillars of focus identified and prioritized by the court. Specifically of that social services pillar, if you'll move to the first slide, please. Oh.
You got to do your own. You're not privileged like others.
I am fine with that. Specifically, I will be briefing you on the non-governmental organization or NGO assistance program. As we have not had multiple conversations about this is just a brief. The program parameters have not been specified. We'll be working with each of you over the following week to come up with a program structure to then bring back for approval. As all of you know, many businesses have been impacted, and that does not preclude the nonprofits or NGOs in our community. The following are several ways that they have been affected due to COVID-19: an increased demand for services, a need for change to their usual service delivery models, new protocols to ensure safety and staff of their clients, and a decrease in revenue available to provide services. On that last bullet, it is important, and I know it's been discussed some already, that the eligibility of revenue loss is still under discussion, and so we have not addressed specifically how that will be affected in this program, how that will affect our NGOs. So far, without a formal process or call for proposals, we have received 22 requests from area NGOs. The following is a list of the focus areas in which they've requested assistance: food and distribution, utility assistance, counseling and case management, and the last 2, child care and rental assistance, we feel will be addressed to some extent through other CARE Act programs, specifically with child care, the facilities, The independent facilities will be eligible to apply under the small business program. Any of the nonprofits who work with clients for rental assistance, and Jay will talk with you later about rental assistance, but those will be encouraged to send their clients through our rental assistance program, or they can adopt the process that we will be proposing to you for rental assistance.
You know, I hadn't really thought about it, but I guess there were a lot of child care facilities that were shut down.
Yes, sir. The original request, the 22, total about $15 million, but once you back out eligible expenses and also consider the portion of those funds that will be related to services provided in the city of Fort Worth, we estimate $8 to $10 million currently requested.
For those organizations that are providing either rental assistance or food assistance or things along that lines, are we paying them? Are we giving them money and then making them be accountable for the money and the way they spend it? Or are y'all anticipating that it's on a reimbursement basis only?
Well, I mean, that's kind of combined. It was my thought when we talked about it on Friday is that we didn't want to, even though we know that there are programs in place, it's a lot harder perhaps to oversee someone else's program versus making sure that there were the avenues through the county, so it would come through us, if that makes sense.
So, for example, if Mission Arlington has a food pantry and has rental assistance, we're going to make them come through us and then we're going to give them to Mission Arlington, or we're going to give money to Mission Arlington and say, do what you do, but here are the parameters you have to use to validate that it was COVID-19 related, and therefore, and to whatever extent you don't spend, you'll have to give back to us between now and December the 30th.
So for that example with the food distribution and then with the rental assistance, with food distribution, they could make their separate requests under kind of the NGO part of it. But for rental assistance, we're handling that. So so they would direct their clients to go through our process, so that it's still not us giving this organization money to do rental assistance when we're also doing this. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that creates a unified process by which we do rental assistance.
It also creates really a level playing field and a sense of equity among all of the options being offered under the program in Tarrant County. Same application, same process.
The rental assistance, I guess as I read through that, that's on a first come, first served basis. So are we going to make any attempt to try to make sure that we spread that out among the various parts of Tarrant County? And if so, how do we do that on a first come, first served basis?
So when we talk about rental assistance, we're going to be, the presentation after this one here is going to be on rental assistance. So okay. We'll cover that when we get there.
Okay. And as has been discussed, currently these are the 3 guidelines that have been offered by the U.S. Treasury in regards to spending CRF money. Obviously, there are still questions as they relate specifically to nonprofits, and I don't have a definitive answer for you regarding those, but I can tell you that we are constantly asking questions, discussing with our consultant with Guidehouse to see how they apply to this program. Okay, so next steps, we will continue to work with Guidehouse and the Auditor's Office to put together both program guidelines and a checklist of required items, much like you guys have worked with us on the other programs. We will then obviously come to you with a request for approval of that program and those guidelines, work with the NGOs who have already submitted, and then finalize a funding agreement. And for any of those costs that should be shared with the City of Fort Worth, we have already been in communication with the City Manager's Office, and they are amenable to sharing those costs. Finally, creating a communication plan to formally solicit additional proposals, and then recommend those proposals to court for funding approval as deemed eligible. That's all I have.
Okay, any questions?
Yeah, tell me when you're going to start contacting these 22. When do you think that process will start?
As early as this week. And that would be to solicit additional information necessary to vet their proposals.
And so there's still and you may have said this and I missed it, so my apologies, but there's still an opportunity if a nonprofit organization is interested in being a part of that process, there's still an opportunity to do that.
Absolutely.
So if you have inquiries about this, Kristen's going to be running point on this particular element in our office. So if you want to go ahead and just provide them with the name, just have them contact our office and ask for Kristen, or just ask for Kristen. Are there any other questions on that?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and move to item number 6 under the administrator section. This is consideration of a rental assistance program funded through the CARES Act. And by the way, both Commissioner Allen and Brooks have been designated by the court as being the lead court members on this, plus the social service piece of it. So Jay's going to do that presentation.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Jay.
You let us eat.
Thank you.
I know. Okay. It may be nap time, especially after this presentation.
Just don't know if we've gone past your over or underestimate on
Yeah, who's
the time in court.
If I can stall this 55 minutes, I'll be right on target.
You ain't gonna have it.
So I've got 4:40.
It's like Helen may be closer.
No, you're past mine.
So I can talk slow though. Okay. The rental assistance program, which is part of the social services pillar, excuse me, is what I'm talking about today. We've basically the proposed goals for this have two different areas. One is intervention and the other is prevention. Intervention is the most current or most pressing issue right now. That's the what's in the courts right now, the JP courts, and I'll talk about that on the next slide. The impact currently on the JP courts. Eventually, the intervention hopefully will dwindle down, and then we're getting into a prevention mode to try to make sure they do not get to the court process. Also, the prevention part is to try to cast a larger net than those that may traditionally need assistance, because there are more people impacted by the COVID financial situation. Also, the one thing I want to say that this is dependent on both the tenant and the landlord being cooperative in this. And so some of the cases that are currently in the JP court, the landlord may wish to proceed, for instance, and we may not have an intervention opportunity there.
That's an important point.
Yeah.
Because we can't force anybody to do anything.
I will say the intervention part is already happening right now through community development, and the City of Fort Worth CAP is also doing some of that, which they traditionally do anyway, but it's already active at this point in time. This gives you a snapshot as of last Thursday of the eviction cases that are in the JP courts by different courts. One thing that's important to note that all eight precincts have a portion of their precinct in the City of Fort Worth. So the City of Fort Worth would address those cases that are eligible to have intervention. We would address those that are strictly in the non-Fort Worth area.
Are we coordinating with Fort Worth to make sure that we're following the same protocol?
Fort Worth is using they're not using any of their CARE Act funding right now for rental assistance. They're still under their ESG and CDBG allotment, normal allotment, and their coronavirus allotment. Actually, we're the first ones that are moving into the CARES Act funding. Of course, the strategy has been use all your other resources, revenue, use CARE last. We're there. So, next slide kind of tells you that. This is the funding that we've had for ESG, CDBG, what's been spent, what's underlined there, that what's currently been spent is also spent and committed, that $1.4 million. So we're to the point that we need to move on the use of the CARES Act funds. Are you ready to, Commissioner? Okay, sorry.
So on that particular slide, remember when we were talking with Guidehouse today, and there was a question of other grant funds. We talked about, have we spent any of the money? We talked about the CDBG funds, the CDBG CV money. This is what you're seeing in that slide there.
And that should be all totally spent by the end of this month. Sometime this month, I believe, is correct. So, here are the guidelines that we've suggested. We did work with the two commissioners on some of the criteria for this, for eligibility. And including one, they have to live in Tarrant County and not the city of Fort Worth, experience a loss of income, which is a provision that's required of the CARE Act. They don't have to have an eviction notice, which is ideal, that it's before it gets to that point in time. We've put an April 1st start date as far as having not paid rent, and it is first come, first serve, as you mentioned, and we put a limit of up to 6 months. It's up to 6 months, not a guarantee of 6 months.
So can you explain why we used an April 1 date?
April 1 is because March 1, which traditionally rent is due the first of the month, March 1, they should have paid their rent off of their February income. So.
Now, one thing, you're saying for 6 months, so.
For up to 6 months.
Well, I understand that, but again, we've got $20 million in the program. So when somebody comes in and they get approved for $1,200, that's really approved for $7,200?
The caseworker will still follow up to make sure they're eligible for this. So there will be some caseworker follow-up.
I understand that, but let's say we have $5 million worth. Where are you going to limit the first month's grant over to? Because if you come in and you give $5 million away the first month, then you obviously don't have 6 months worth of money to give. You're only going to be able to give for 4 months or something along that line. So how are you going? You're going to have to assume that you're allocating for 12 months, excuse me, for 6 months under that scenario, or you're going to have to say, so first come, first serve is really under a 6 month process, you're looking at a little over $3 million is all you can take application for.
Well, and then part of that too is the discussion of how much of that $20 million pillar would go to rental assistance versus everything else. I mean, the $20 million is not a lot to go as far as, kind of the breadth of what we put in that pillar, which means at some point we're going to have a discussion about some portion of this, how to apportion it, and then where may additional dollars need to be allocated.
So my suggestion would be that initially we address April and May as opposed to doing a 6 month commitment to anybody. We address the emergency need, and then if there is a continuing need after that, that's month-to-month application process.
I have seen some that put a 3-month cap on it, and then it would be a recertification process. So it's pretty flexible. Or you could also do what you said.
6-month commitment.
And I agree. That's what I'm saying, I guess, is in my mind, the 2 months are going to be reimbursement. We already know those 2 months are gone. We're now beginning to look at June, and so I could see us going 4 months, going from April through July, but there's no guarantee after July because we may use all the money.
Yeah, we had talked internally about a 3-month with another certification. But one of the things that Commissioner Allen raised is a very good point. When we first started and we allocated certain dollar amounts to each one of the pillars, that was a starting point because we wanted to make sure that upon the suggestion of the auditor that we identify funds that she would be able to spend or to pay out as we went along. I think it was always our intention that that we could shift money or add new money to the pillar if we in fact needed it. That would be something, though, that obviously the Commissioners Court would have to make that decision.
And then I think we also thought that there may be the opportunity for cities to contribute money back to us to do that. And if not, then it's going to be, I think it's going to be especially important that we, get the attestation that if they got money from their city, that we know that if they got money from their city for rent assistance or something along that lines. But then if the city gives us back, the first come, first serve would be, I'm guessing that if the city gives us money back, they're going to want to know that it went to a citizen in their city versus.
When you take the city of Fort Worth out of the picture, then you look at all the other cities that are there. Then you say, okay, what type of rental assistance may be available from those municipalities? What you're really going to have to do is look at those cities that receive a CDBG allocation, and there are 4. There's Arlington, Grand Prairie receives some. I think North Richland Hills gets some, and maybe so.
Grapevine.
And so that's additional funding sources for housing, but it's pretty much of a moving target yet. But what we need to do is look at how we want our program structured, and then we'll plow through all that stuff as we move forward.
The application process, and going to some of your questions earlier when Kristen was up here, there is a current infrastructure available that goes through the Tarrant County Homeless Coalition, which they use already, that they host it on their portal. And that's what we're proposing to do with a modified application process. And an applicant can call 211, they can go to Catholic Charities or whoever, and it goes all through that central portal and then goes out to the caseworker that processes them. We're talking about using that same existing infrastructure, that portal that's there with it's a modified application, which it just kind of strips out some of the things that to make it a little easier for the applicant. And then once they fill it out, they can go to their local church or a neighbor, or they can fill it out themselves actually online. So it's available, and however they can get to it, whoever they need to help, it's available. But when it gets into the system, then there's the partners that we use that will do the case management of that application and review with the landlord and with the tenant to make sure all the documents are there. This landlord has to do a certification. By doing this application, that means the tenant has certified that it's true and correct. So we're doing some things to make it easy for them to apply and be able to do it either from their home or from whatever agency they contact can get in there and help. And so that's going to be part of the marketing publicity push, is to tell various nonprofits, whoever, social service agencies, that this is available. The program is available, and they can help whoever they can choose to help, but it goes through this central process, one application for everybody.
Is the caseworker, would they be like somebody from Mission Arlington or Catholic Charities or whatever?
Community Development already has a network of partners that they use. Of course, today you approved 2 more caseworkers in Community Development, which will be on this program. And the other partner agencies that typically process rental agents or rental assistants would be part of this too. So there's a network already out there for the case management and processing, and to work with the JP courts and with the landlords and tenants. So there's a trained network out there.
But in any case, we'll only be writing checks to landlords.
To landlords, yes.
Not to individuals.
Right.
That's correct.
And not to organizations. Right. And I think the benefit of that is just to ensure that this continuum that so many people, including Patricia, have spent so much time in trying to really build it up and to make it strong. We saw an example of that tremendous partnership with the housing of the homeless during the stay-at-home order, and I know that effort continues. But many of these folks in Patricia's shop and then elsewhere are already familiar with some of these clients, but then they're well-recognized, branded organizations who are a trusted resource. So it's a lot easier for us to, in addition to going through community development, but us to go through them to reach folks, and it still ends up centralized, and still we end up cutting the check, and it's following what our auditor is comfortable with.
But it sounds like it's just, we're not changing the network. Somebody might apply through Mission Arlington.
That's right.
It's going to come through here. Their caseworker will take care of it. All that will happen is we'll disperse the check from our auditor's office to the landlords.
Correct.
Once we have all the documents, which is a copy of the lease and whatever else we have on the list, and they package it and it's ready to go. So.
But a quick question. They don't simply send us the request for the check. We get the information also because of the case management piece.
Yes.
You know, we employ 2 additional people through court action today in community development. We already have another one. There's 3 of them now, and these applications will come in. They'll make sure that there's a qualifier, and then they will ask the auditor to cut the check. That's how that works.
And the caseworker will actually contact the landlord to verify and get the certification that it's past due, what the monthly rent is, and those sorts of things. So it's a two-pronged thing. There's the tenant and the landlord.
So the caseworker, though, I know we're bringing on 2 more because we expect our volume to be much higher, but still the caseworker could be at Mission Arlington and they would do all the casework.
To get to the application portion, once the application is submitted, then it would be our team to review it and to approve it, right?
Yeah, okay.
So basically, all they're going to do is help get the application in, and then we'll do everything from that point.
They will be doing the same things that they're currently doing with their other type of rental assistance programs.
Okay, so right now, Mission Arlington doesn't bring somebody in and they say we need assistance, we need $500 to help us make rent this month, and Mission Arlington doesn't validate anything. They may validate whatever they may validate, but on their own, and they may ultimately write them a check for $500.
Traditionally, over the last few years, Mission Arlington has not used HUD money because that's kind of the money of last resort, because they like to have a little bit more freedom for what they'll pay and what they won't pay. So, but
CEC?
CEC is a partner of ours right now. We had a contract with them, but they're backing out of HUD money. But we've already talked to them about it, so I think they're on board.
So on CEC, they'll help the tenant do the application, they'll send it to you, and then your folks will get in and do the negotiation with landlord and with the tenant.
Unless CEC wants to do it. If they've already done it and they're very good at that, then that's fine.
They'll do all of it and simply send you, will they send the documentation to you?
Yes. Yeah, we've had a long time.
But CEC will have done all that work, and basically you're going to take the documentation, give it to the auditor, and she's going to write the check.
And there's a
But we're not paying any organization
I understand that.
to do this work.
I
If they
understand
want to do it, that's on them.
That could be very helpful by scanning the documents for the client and tenant and helping them step through it, because we're expecting a lot of these people have never gone through or had the expectation they were going to have to go ask for money from the government, essentially. So this is just a general flow, schematic of the flow of the process that you see kind of a fork in the road where if there's an eviction, which that's one of the questions on the form, because we want those to kind of rise to the top so we can do the intervention, because there is a timeline on those cases that we've got to step in quickly. They can't wait. This gives you a general idea of the next steps once the approval process by the court, and then we'll move into marketing and getting translation done of the form, making it live, and working with the JP courts and social media and all that to get it out and going. Now, I want to go over the form, which you should have in your packet, hopefully.
What does it look like other than just?
It says Tarrant County Cares COVID-19 Rental Assistance Application Instructions is the first page, and then the application is the next page.
So does it look like something like this?
It could. I'm not sure. It was in your folder.
I know. My folder has nothing in it.
It should be right after the PowerPoint. This is a mock-up of our instructions and the application itself. We've given them some general information about the program and how to contact the Community Development Department, and if they're within the City of Fort Worth, it drives them to the City of Fort Worth. And it also lists some of the eligibility criteria, which includes that they must reside in Tarrant County outside of the City of Fort Worth. We do ask that if they're a legal resident of the U.S. If they say they're not, then we would help direct them toward CAP or Catholic Charities or another organization that they don't screen for that criteria. We ask about loss of income. On the application, we dive a little more into that as far as what the reason is that they're had loss of income, and make sure that it's related to COVID, because it has to be related to COVID-19. And whether it's, and we also ask on the application where they've had other expenses. It's more of an inquiry at this point in time because we're looking at rent. We also want to know if we need to redirect them to child care, utility assistance, or other issues that they may have out there. So, also, I'm sorry.
No, please.
Also, the caseworker, they know what to ask and how to drill down on these people to really know what it is the best route and the helpline for those people. So they will be asking those sorts of questions, but it kind of helps prompt the discussion.
So the question about the legal residency, that's a requirement of the federal government?
Well, I think it is, and I'm going to say think it is because there's some provision that we have to comply with some other federal standards that are not necessarily from the Treasury, and so at this point in time we think we need to do that, but I'm not totally sure. I think it's under the CRF 200 or what.
Yeah, I'll have to take a look at it. I'm not quite sure if that's a requirement or not. But
Yeah.
Okay. Our office looks as well.
Yeah, and we're not asking for documentation as part of the documents, actually. But I think we may have put that in there, but we can, not necessarily the citizenry, but it's a self-certification question.
Okay.
So it's.
I mean, I understand it's not necessarily wanting to open ourselves up to any particular liability, just like the conversation we had with small business, but also don't want to create any barriers for folks.
And they may be a potential client for long-term assistance, and they may be best with one of those other agencies too, and that's part of the caseworker flow too. So.
Okay. Well, and I know that we had talked about including information about some of the other bills, I'm glad that we're putting this in there, because I think it's really important for us to get a sense of what else folks are potentially struggling with, and if you're having to make the choice between whether you're going to eat or keep your water on or pay your rent, and on any given month, you're just juggling. And if you were already doing that, you're definitely doing it now, and there are some folks who maybe really didn't have to do it, and they're having to do it now because of loss of income. So I think it's important for us for future planning purposes also to see what the needs are.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I will say that I talked to Julie Parks and a couple of weeks ago about utility assistance, whether she thought it was a good idea for that to come through our Human Services Department or using the outside agencies, the nonprofits. And it was her suggestion to not go through the county because our requirements are very stringent. And it's easier for the nonprofits to address those issues. So that's why the caseworker should be able to redirect them to some of these sources. And some of those are in those NGO applications. So we've got to figure out that aspect of it.
And I think you mentioned on Friday in our last discussion about this, and I agree with that. Like if we don't have the mechanism in place, we don't need to try to create it.
Right.
This is where we can rely heavily on the nonprofits to do what they do best. Yeah.
Right. I don't know if y'all had a chance to look at this form. This is, like I said, just a mock-up of what we're talking about doing. All we've put on here in this particular form is for the months of April, May, June, and July at this point in time. Once they're in the system, we can do the case management to follow up for eligibility for beyond that point in time.
I really think I would like to stick with those 4 months, and I would like for us to at least take out reference to 6 months, because I think that's going to be too. We can always expand it later on if we've got money left at that point in time.
Take out any reference to a time period, or put a 3 month?
I just don't want to put. I think 6 months is going to be
long.
It's going to be setting, or it's going to be controlling a lot. It means we're going to hold on to a lot of money for a long time because we're not going to know what happens 6 months from now. Plus, at that point in time, then we're going to have very limited period of time in which to spend whatever's left. Besides that, I want y'all to feel a little bit of the pain that Lisa and Renee have felt over the last 2 weeks.
They've been very nice.
I'm sorry.
Well, I don't know about me, but thank you, Jay.
Also, the form at the very bottom, it allows the applicant to scan and attach all their documents. So if they have their documents available, it'll go right into the portal and then be routed to the caseworker. So, and again, this is a system that already exists. So, did you have any questions about the criteria or?
I guess if we could just repeat kind of what the follow-up is. So what are our next steps if we, what are our next steps? I didn't take good, I guess I may have missed a few things. I'm sorry. What are our next steps? I know you have, the suggested next steps, but are there any substantive revisions that we need to make to this? Or do we feel good about taking action on it today?
It's on your agenda to be able to take action, and if you want to stall about another 25 minutes.
I don't know. How much are you willing to share of your winning?
I only put $1 in, so.
That's not what I asked.
I don't know what the pool is.
I want to go back to program eligibility criteria for a moment.
Okay.
And the third bullet from the bottom, have not and will not receive assistance from another rental assistance program.
Mm-hmm.
So we document that they've got a loss. We give it to them for April and May. Then July comes along and we don't have any money left, but they get money from something else. We're asking a question for eligibility that they may later break, and what happens?
Well, if they go to a subsequent program, then it's not going to, they're not going to have to pay us back, if that's what you're asking.
So what if they've received $100, but their loss was, or they could have been eligible for $1,500? We're basically saying there, if you have, or if you do, or if you accept anything in the future, you owe us the money back. So I don't think that point is written the way we want it.
Okay.
I see what you're saying.
I would at the very least take out will not.
I'd just probably ask, have you, and not make it an eligibility requirement, but just make it a statement to the effect that we want to know if you have, how much you've gotten, but it's not going to make you ineligible.
Okay. So
Lisa's smiling back there and saying, come on, Whitley, don't let me down.
So have you received assistance from another rental assistance program? Just ask a question, okay?
So it wouldn't be under criteria, it would be under someplace else. It'd probably just be on your...
Just on the application.
On the application.
It's on the application, okay?
I see what you're saying. Okay.
It's a yes or no. It says, are you receiving Section 8 or any other type of housing assistance? It's right in the middle.
We are going to ask that question, though, right?
Yes.
How long can you hackle over this?
You're getting what?
How long can we haggle over this?
I hope for about another couple hours. Jay's only wanting to go for about another 25 minutes.
Well, 25 would be good.
Well, we still have more on the agenda.
Oh, yes, we do.
We might get Oh,
that's right. We have an audience
Thank you.
participation.
So,
I think Jay's done a good enough job
Where it was 3 minutes.
that we can adopt this, and it needs tweaks going forward. We can
Sure.
tweak, but this will get us started.
Yes. But we do have an audience participation form.
We do have an audience participation, yes.
Yeah, if he's still around, we ought to give him more minutes.
like, might go call in.
Okay, Heather, get ready. We're fixing to give you another call. Oh, I think we just read your comments earlier, so we didn't give you a call before. So here we go. The question's going to be is whether she's on there or not. That's the over and under bit.
Hello, this is Heather.
I am impressed, Heather.
Why?
Well, I'll just say if I were in your place, I'm not sure I'd still be around waiting for my call.
Well, I was in and out. I heard y'all. I was on the call, but I appreciate you guys calling me just so that you can hear what I have to say.
Okay, Heather, you go ahead and repeat your name and your address, and then you have 3 moments or 3 minutes to make any comments you wish to make.
Awesome, thank you. So my name is Heather Buen. I reside in Fort Worth, zip code 76118, and I'm going to try to make this really quick. I know it's been a very long day for everyone on the Commissioner's Court, but I appreciate the court's consideration on this matter. Over 40% of households in Tarrant County reside in multi-family dwellings, and they rent. And so we've seen news reports from unlawful interruption of utilities cases handled by attorneys at the Legal Aid of Northwest Texas. And those have been really disturbing as landlords try to push out families, trying to get them evicted and, get them out of their homes. So these are, families, the elderly, veterans, and of course, single parent households. And, I used to have a single parent household myself. So during COVID-19 and the extenuating economic issues that we're facing today, many of these tenants, they're facing unemployment, underemployment, having their work hours and their wages cut, and losing income altogether while their bills are piling up. And so this particular initiative, in order to halt eviction cases, is important to me. It looks like there's about 420 cases filed in the JP court, and almost 50% of those are all coming from Judge Woodard's and Judge Sanders' JP courts. Many of those areas include Black communities, communities of color, economically distressed communities, and also some of these same rental communities in these apartment complexes. they kind of are slow to fix problems because they have aging apartment complexes and sometimes broken ACs in the summer. The added stress of homelessness or trying to find a home is not what these families need right now. I'm sure that we'll get it, but I definitely urge a unanimous approval by this court for this rental assistance and eviction prevention program. I would like to see some additional things be a part of the program, such as record keeping of demographic information so that we can see the households that are being impacted and those that are being served so that we can better respond to our communities, and as well as making that information publicly available to different government departments and agencies. And also ensuring that landlords and rental management companies that have begun eviction proceedings, that they have agreed to participate in this program, that it's notated on those particular cases that are in front of the JP court. And I'd also like to see the JP courts communicate about these programs to the landlords and rental management companies before eviction proceedings even get filed, in order to reduce the number of these cases that get filed in their courts. So just a few small things to add, and helping to provide economic relief for a lot of the families in Tarrant County. And so I ask for your unanimous approval of this funding, and I thank you very much for your time.
Heather, thank you very much for your comments and for your suggestions. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So, Jay, what is the request we're asking the court?
I'm requesting you give us authorization to move forward with these guidelines and criteria, and we'll get it out.
With the suggested changes.
Yes, with the taking out the time period and about the will not, essentially.
So
Phrasing.
And then, second.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion.
And the residency question, we'll do research on that.
Yes.
Okay. And then,
yes.
more broadly, but as a part of this, I guess, when are we going to discuss how much that we're going to allocate to the rental assistance piece of the social services pillar? It doesn't have to be done in order to move forward with this, but we need to have a discussion about it.
We will have a discussion about it. What we'll look at is, as we start approving payments, we're going to see just how far that $20 million will take us initially. If we get to a point where we know we're going to exceed it, then we're going to be coming right back to you, because the rental assistance program is more of a, it's not just a 1 or 2 month deal. It's going to be for a while. And on the other piece, on the social services piece, that we're just simply going to need to see how many applications we get in.
So then could I suggest that we, I guess we move a little bit, we get a little bit further down the line with the social service piece and see kind of what that general overall request is, and we revisit to at least start to make some initial funding decisions on, for rental assistance, we'll start with this amount, and does that sound like?
Well, but I'm going to be sure I'm not confused, which could happen easily. The $20 million we're talking about here is $20 million for rental assistance, mortgage assistance, and utility assistance.
And social services.
Wait a minute. No, I thought we had another $20 million set aside for social. Okay, so let's go back over our numbers then. We had 4 pillars. $30 million for economic development, $20 million in my category, $20 million for housing and utility assistance, $20 million for social services, food banks, meals on wheels, meals, child care, those types of things, and 20 to 38 million, depending on what letter that Russell's written says, for health and testing. So I've got another 20 million that I've set aside in my mind for these social services.
On the 4 pillars, the first pillar was the partnerships, which is that $62 million that we've allocated for the $55 per capita to the municipalities. We put $20 million in for testing. We put $30 million in for small business economic stimulus, and $20 million into social services / rental assistance. And those are the 4 pillars.
Well, okay, that's your 4 pillars.
Well, that's 4 pillars that the court approved.
Do you want to get me the letter that we sent to the governor? Or talk to me about the letter that we sent?
We have that as an order of the court of those 4. We can always add another one, but right now, our spending is based on those 4. And
If
when
we had another $20 million, that would make it an awful lot easier.
Well, let me just say this. Of what I just outlined, 62 for the cities, 20 for social, 20 for utility and housing allowance, 20 for testing, 30 for, that's a total of 150 million. We got 210.
Okay.
And remember, we wanted to allocate a certain amount of money for our own internal expenditures.
Well, how much do you want?
We talked amount up to $40 million.
So that still leaves us 20 million left.
I understand.
I mean, I think that in my mind, I'm looking at.
We've already spent.
So
we've already spent what?
5 million so far, and we haven't counted a lot of the.
I think we spent more than that. How much have we spent, Helen?
Just out the door, $5 million plus the cost for PTO and.
We're broke.
No, but remember when we put the 4 categories, okay? We said that these were initial funding levels, and if we needed to add more money to, then we had more money to add to them. We've also, in our agreements with the cities, we said November 1st, we've asked the cities to make an evaluation if they're going to spend all of their money. And if not, if they would return it to us so that we could put it in these programs.
We sent a letter to the governor, approved by the court on May 19th, that said 38 million testing and public health needs.
What is the language right before you get to those numbers?
Tarrant County is proposing matching program. We have anticipated meeting the needs of the community by programming funds into these categories. That's the sentence before. We show a chart. And the chart says testing and public health, 38 million. City, 62 million. Rental assistance, we might want to check our spell check when we start doing these letters in the future. 20 million. Small business grant program, 30 million. Nonprofit assistance, 20 million. County expenses, 40 million. That comes to a total of 210.
We'll need to get Russell up here to explain that letter.
20 minutes.
It's getting not to be that funny. Let's get this done.
All right. So the letter that the court approved to send to the governor, lieutenant governor, and the speaker had a proposed, and the sentence before, because we worked on the paragraph right before that substantially for several days, was the concept of if the state partners with Tarrant County on this proposed matching program, we would anticipate meeting the needs of our community by programming funds in these categories. So it's anticipated, it's not actual. So if the state was going to partner with us on a dollar-for-dollar match, the anticipated outlay would be something like this. But the letter that the court sent to the governor, lieutenant governor, and speaker was not a commitment to this, but that we were hoping to do so in order to lay out these types of funds.
I'm not saying that we've said it in concrete, but I'm saying that we certainly have anticipated as a group and indicated our willingness on our group to allocate this money. And that to the extent that we don't expect to spend $40 million, or really testing, and I even thought we originally said $20 million for testing in public, and we threw another 18 up there just to be, I thought,
in an abundance of caution.
An abundance of caution.
And I believe that was the thought process behind the levels of spending category, that if the state was going to come into our community and work with us and match us dollar for dollar, we could maybe allocate more here or allocate more here.
So you're saying that the $38 million for testing included the state's match that we were asking?
That it would be $38 million from the county and then $38 million from the state.
What he's saying is that if the state would match what we were trying to do, then we would anticipate up to that. We have an order that was approved unanimously by this court that funded $20 million for testing, $20 million for social services / rental, $62 million for our partnership with the municipalities, and $30 million for the small business program that we did. We can always add to it, but currently that's the order that we're working from. If you want to add another $20 million to the social services / rental assistance, that is the prerogative of this court, and you can do that. But we
The
don't.
only thing that would, the only thing that I would say I would like to see before we do that is to get some sort of an indication of our budget shortfall in the area of fines and fees before we get too deep into that deal. But again, from my perspective, 20 million is what we're looking at there. We've not gotten anything like our social services requests thus far. We've said have been somewhere between, I think what we showed as approved or suggested, y'all.
We anticipate that social services right now with the ones that we have is about $8 to $10 million. Kristen, that's what you just told the court a while ago.
Why don't we split the baby and initially allocate another $10 million for social service / NGOs?
Okay, so that means we would be looking at a total of 30 versus what I had thought was 40 or what you had thought was 20.
Right, correct.
I think we could, I have no problem with doing that. And I don't think it affects anything we're talking about today, but it just gives y'all a little bit more planning.
It does.
As you begin to
Gives
look
us
at
more flexibility.
Right, which is, it's going to be difficult for us to move forward without having at least some general guide. So that's why I asked the question when I asked it. So thank you for the discussion.
When do we think we're going to have the estimate? I know this was asked before, but that was a few hours ago. On estimated net revenue from fines and fees or.
What we did, we asked the auditor, and she's going to bring that up as soon as possible, but she didn't give a timeline. I guess the question becomes, if we're talking, and this is something we'll need to ask Guidehouse, but we can't use the CARE Act money to offset what we had anticipated as being revenue.
Revenue loss.
No, but we can use all the CARE Act's money we want to pay for public safety.
Well, you have a motion and a second on the floor to approve the guidelines as presented for the rental assistance program. I'd be willing to amend my motion to include an additional $10 million allocation for the social services / NGO piece.
And I'll amend my second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. I would say that I should have made a bet with Commissioner Allen last Friday because she said I wouldn't get a vote today.
I did. I said no. I mean, based off of how we've been trending.
Don't push it.
Thank you, Jay.
Moving right along.
I think we're going to have to go back and readdress some issues under the small claims grant.
Come on up. Let's do this.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the court. So we come today to ask, hopefully, the quickest agenda item of the day. The approval of an interlocal contract between Tarrant County and the Department of Information Resources related to the use of the DIR's Shared Services Master Service Agreements. In essence, in 2018, HAVA money was appropriated for us to conduct a security assessment. That money was given to the Secretary of State They conducted a open process. They bid it out. They awarded it to AT&T. And if we want to use the grant money, it has to be through this contract, through this vendor. Otherwise, we'd have to pay for it out of our pocket because it's mandated by law since last year that we actually conduct the assessment.
Move approval to take the state's money.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Move approval to receive and file the personnel agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to receive and file the personnel agenda. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Our second item is a request to approve the waiver of terminal benefits for the Criminal District Attorney's Office for a Managing Attorney 1 position effective June 22nd. The incumbent has approximately 280 hours left on the books. The net cost will be approximately $12,000 to the general fund. We do anticipate there will be salary savings to cover it from the openings of other positions.
Move approval.
Second. Motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Public Health, Mr. Manius.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the court, on Public Health Item 1, we're requesting that the court approve the purchase of additional user licenses as needed for the QuickBase platform to capture and manage data for the use by the Public Health Department.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Is this for contact tracing?
Yes.
Yes.
Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Mr. Beecham?
We have three items for your consideration this afternoon. Item number 1 is a bid award recommendation for bid 2020-098. This is a contract for truck-mounted regenerative air street sweepers. Recommendation to award on a per enterprise basis. Selected as our primary vendor, Texas Waste Equipment. Secondary vendor, Industrial Disposal Supply.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item number 2, also a bid award recommendation for bid 2020-119, signing a contract for locksmith services and supplies. Recommendation be toward a per hourly labor rate, per unit price, and percentage markup on parts awarding to the primary and secondary vendors as shown in your court communique.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Last item in regards to RFP 2018-103. This is an annual contract for Unified Communications as a Service. We are seeking from the court approval to pay 5 invoices totaling $60,679.40 to General Data Tech for implementation, setup charges, and customization services requested by the IT department. This was initially approved by Commissioners Court on December 4, 2018. Requisitions were not entered. Subsequently, no purchase orders were issued to pay for these requested services.
So what happened?
This contract was approved, again, starting December 4th, 2018. IT requested professional services, implementation, setup charges, and customization. The orders were written 2 different time periods. No requisitions were entered. Therefore, no purchase orders were issued to the vendor for payment of these services.
For all of the services or just?
All of them.
So how much of this are we paying because we didn't pay on time?
The invoices came in late. We were contacted by the auditor's office on 5/14 to be made aware of this. The information I've seen, sales orders were written 1/1/20 to go to 3/31/20. The other sales orders were written on 2/26/20.
So, Chris, in your conversation with me on this, It's my understanding that we had done some purchase orders, but then some that we failed to do. Or did we not issue any purchase orders on this entire 4-month or 4-year, 5-year agreement?
There were purchase orders for the equipment. These were professional services that were not due until several months into the project. And what happened is that the team did not put in the PO at the beginning of the project. This particular aspect of the services was acquired about 8 months into the project, and we were back in the prior fiscal year, and the direction we've always had is that if we create a purchase order, it will put in a requisition, it doesn't go past the fiscal year, so it would essentially have to be redone. And then in the fork of the project and everything going on, my staff forgot to put in that particular requisition at the time it should have been put in. So it was a human error at the time, and but we do have very good processes in place, and this is the human element which we are just enforcing through administrative action.
Did you discipline that employee?
Yes, the employee has already been disciplined.
So I want to be sure I understand. This is a contract or equipment that we purchased in 2018.
There's equipment and there's also professional services. And this
in fiscal year 28, so it was before September 30th of 2018.
The equipment we've paid for, not the professional services. What he's trying to say is nothing was done from the start date of December 4th till now. The invoices came in, again, the work order or service orders were written 1/1/20, and the rest of them on 2/26/20 for this amount.
Okay, but I guess I'm trying to understand that sometime before September 30th of 2018, we issued an RFP, and I'm assuming 2018 refers to our fiscal year. So sometime prior to 2018, we approved an RFP to perform services, and those services didn't occur till 2020?
Was it a purchase of the services, or was it a purchase of equipment and consulting services tied to the implementation of that equipment?
Yes, so there were two aspects of the RFP. There's professional services for certain aspects of the work, and then there is equipment purchase that, again, our team did a lot of that implementation. So, but there was some specific bucket of professional services, which is what we're talking about here, but that did not start at the end of the project. It was going to be further out into the project before those services are incurred.
When did we acquire the equipment?
That's the question.
We started buying equipment at the beginning of the project.
When was the beginning of the project?
Ross, do you have more specific that?
And did you enter a PO to purchase the equipment?
Yes, we have POs for the equipment. We're talking about just
so I guess what I'm trying to figure out is we bought the equipment. That's not even in here. This is just the professional services, but the equipment got here sometime in 2018.
From then to now, it was a graduated delivery schedule.
It's a graduated. We buy the equipment as we go. This is the rest of our phone conversion from the AT&T analog system.
To Jive?
Yes, sir. So we buy as we go. We go by
building. Don't even let me get started on that one. So you mean we hadn't paid for these professional services yet?
Yes, sir. They were incurred further out into the project. These services were not needed at the beginning of the project. They were going to be incurred somewhere along the line.
So look on the second page, and you can see all the services.
My question is based upon how well this stuff is working, we want to pay for these services.
We have to pay for the services. Have the services been delivered?
It's all for Jive Conversion Support.
Yes, those services have been they have been performed, and quite frankly, a lot of these services relate to our call centers. And I want to.
So I guess ultimately the question. So at this, when we get finished with this one, do we have more coming?
Some more services.
Yes.
Yes, this project is not intended to wrap up. Our goal was to be done by this October.
So this 60,000 pays us up through what point in time?
It pays for the entirety of the call center conversions, which is the specific. It was a specific line of professional services.
How much more professional services do we have to pay them in the future?
I do not have that number off the top of my head, Your Honor.
This is all for professional services that was in the RFP award, the $59,200. The rest of the professional services that are going to be used were part of the hardware installation contract and are included in that. It's not a separate line item.
And have the POs for those.
Okay, I don't think I understood what you just said. The 60,000, I'm going 60,679. You said 59,000, but I'm not going to worry about whatever that difference is. But the 60,000 that we're fixing to pay them is
for services that have already been completed.
And that was primarily pertaining to the call centers?
Yes, sir.
Give me an example of call center.
The county clerk has a call
Public
center.
Health has a call center?
Public Health has a call center.
Is that the one that didn't work at the beginning of this COVID-19 crisis?
No, actually, that call center for the county clerk was put in place as a rescue effort once they needed to move and work from home. So it's actually the reverse. That the call center, the county clerk had never had a call center, and so, but it was necessary in this case when her staff had to go home, and we actually moved that item up to take care of it.
I think the judge is asking about the public health call center. Was it the one that we had difficulty with at the beginning of the COVID issue?
Where basically everything went down and nobody, whenever they'd call public health, it wouldn't ring?
Call center go down?
I believe they did have some issues, and it is the same call center.
So we had to do a conversion of those call centers. So we had call
understand
centers
that.
under the old technology, yes.
But I also understand some of the problems that we've had, I guess, and are they still installing installations around the county right now?
Yes, Your Honor, that project should be wrapping up about October.
That's right at the time you're scheduling my office to convert, right? Like the last one?
I'm waiting for Chandler to tell us when your office is ready to go.
Since I can't delay it for 2 years, I would probably say that you would delay it to be the last one installed.
We will go with your schedule.
So have we issued the POs for the rest of the expenditures of this agreement?
We have POs for the equipment and installation service. This specific line item of 60,000 only pertains to the call centers. Yeah, the rest have no issue.
Do we have any more consulting services that we're going to be paying out of this RFP?
No, not beyond these.
Okay, so this with the payment of this 60,000, it concludes the total cost that we owe for consulting services.
And all of the project and all of the work that's being done right now, the RFP for those services have already been approved.
It's all together with the hardware, and yes, we submit them in the same cadence and sequence on the project plan.
So no work is being conducted right now that is not already included in an RFP that we've approved.
Correct.
Purchase order.
Purchase order.
Jack, do you agree with that?
I hope that's true.
Okay. I don't think we've got a motion or a second at this point in time.
Move approval. work's been performed, we don't have a choice but to pay it.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Do we have any appointments? JD, did you have an appointment? I think that was a no. Court members, you have before you the claims, including the addendum.
Move approval of the claims, including the addendum.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the claims, including the addendum. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Before we adjourn, I want to know who's winning.
Well, it's not Jay.
Either Jay.
We don't have anything. I haven't crossed off Social Services CARE Act assistance, but I should have.
That's all we have at this time, Your Honor.
Okay. There being no further business, we stand adjourned.
Bye, JD.